Please welcome to the stage our conference moderator, Claudia Brüninghaus.
Good morning, bienvenue, welcome and herzlich willkommen to, and welcome back also, to the Global Solutions Summit 2025. My name is Claudia Brüninghaus. I'll be your conference moderator also today, and I'm also head of events at the Global Solutions Initiative. And in both capacities, I'm quite excited actually to see so many of you this early on this pretty morning in Berlin. Over 1,000 participants are joining in the Global Solutions Summit here at ESMT Berlin and also on screens and in your offices all over the globe from over 100 countries. And we are very, very thankful that you're taking the time to be with us today. There's a lot to talk about. Also, a lot of guests are just now shuffling in from bilateral meetings we had already this morning. And we put the topic, Bridging Divides, New Pathways for Global Prosperity, over all of the sessions. We cover a broad variety of topics, but all of them are unified in looking for a way forward, in not stopping at looking at problems and finding ways why, or reasons why not to work together, but always looking for solutions and for ways we can work on together. So thank you for this spirit. And I want to encourage you to take this very personally. We sure do. This entire summit, this entire conference is designed for you to meet, to mingle, to exchange perspectives, to share yours and to also ask questions. And that's true for this whole venue. There's a lot of meeting points, there's a lot of room, but that's also true for the digital platform that you all can meet on. Please have a look around through the participants, through the speakers, make use of the meetings digitally and on site, and find ways to bridge divides. Today we have one very special keynote speaker ahead. A few minutes from now we'll hear it from you, Votre Excellence. Monsieur Sall will be speaking French. That's why a few of you are sitting on translating divides already. And we'll translate from French to English on channel 1. You don't need them just yet because my colleague will speak English. But later on, if you don't have a device yet, my colleagues will pass them on. But before I introduce Macky Sall to this stage, let me share this spot for just a minute with my dear colleague and managing partner of the Global Solutions Initiative, Christian Kastrop, to send us off into the day with some framing remarks. Christian, please.
Good morning. Opening of day 2. Very happy to have the honor to do that. So I hope you had a nice time yesterday and I hope you had a good sleep. So it's a pleasure to welcome you back to day 2 of our conference. Yesterday, during our GSI President's opening speech, Dennis Snower, we were reminded that in a fractured world of, say, my nation first politics, smart, engaged, and also reinforced multilateralism is more necessary than ever. So aligning global cooperation with national interests isn't just possible. No, it's essential. And the task ahead is to turn shared global gains into tangible, also national benefits, of course. So when governments retreat from global cooperation, it falls short to other stakeholders and to global civil society. So we have to keep the agenda for a just future alive. And this is also where we hope that this meeting here today, these 2 days, could help a little bit and, say, reinforce our joint powers. So responsibility to imagine and advance better global models doesn't disappear, it just shifts. And it lands with those willing to act. And I hope that we create this community of those willing to act. And please just put it also outward of these interesting rooms to everywhere you go. So we heard a powerful call for a new kind of policy making, one that doesn't treat growth, solidarity, and environmental health as competing goals. Instead, it places them side by side as the foundation for inclusive and meaningful development. Agency, equity, long-term thinking must be the central to how we govern in this very decisive decade. I think we are really in front of something which will change the globe entirely, and we have to see that it goes on the good side and not on the bad side. So we know this famous Star Wars agenda. Let's not have a polarization like that. So, a recurring theme was the need for institutional innovation, therefore, and I think if we talk about institutional innovation, we as an organization which also tries to feed into the G20 and the G7 communities and also receive a lot from these communities, I think we really need these bold collaborative structures that reflect the spirit of our time. So I think we were reminded that global interdependence isn't just a philosophical idea. Of course, it is also a one, but we have to make it work. So they are the compass we need to navigate today's complex crisis, from climate to technology risks, also to global inequality, which we still face in a lot of the global south and elsewhere. So the digital dialogue helped us move beyond the somewhat tiring EU versus US framing. So we explore and explored already to build digital systems that truly empower people, not just regulate platforms or chase innovation for its own sake. So we need a new consensus, and this is built on citizen-first, value-driven, and anchored in public interest, also digital infrastructure, where we presented here a very nice toolkit with our partners. So before we move into today's program, let me note that this is a particularly also special day for Germany. So the new chancellor is sworn in, and of course we also have a look into that because there is a lot of cooperation also between this organization and governmental organizations. So we have one ear what's happening now. So we mark therefore not only a shift in domestic leadership, but the beginning of a new chapter also in Germany's international engagement, and I think whatever it takes, one that will influence its role as a partner and also ally in shaping global cooperation, as we know, working together for quite 8 years. So, and now it's a great honor to introduce our next speaker, former President of Senegal, Macky Sall, and so that's for me, and now Claudia, please.
Please welcome to the stage His Excellency Macky Sall.
Thank you very much. Good morning, sehr Damen und Herren. I hope I salute in Germany. Mesdames et messieurs,
ladies and gentlemen,
chers amis,
dear friends, first of all, I'd like to thank our friend Christian Kastrop for his very kind invitation and for the warm welcome he extended to me. And I have to admit that I'm particularly happy to be here in Berlin this morning. Berlin is a historic city that has played an important role for ages already, but certainly in particular after the Second World War. If we speak about resilience, Germany is really a successful example for resilience. Because 80 years ago, this country was completely destroyed, and we saw and witnessed how work and dedication led to a transformation and has transformed this city from the rubbles to the first city in Europe. So I'd like to congratulate Global Solutions on organizing this summit. In a world beset by tensions and uncertainties, it is both timely and salutary to create spaces for dialogue, something that is really lacking nowadays in the world. Spaces for dialogue so that we can work together to find possible ways out of the crisis. And faced with these urgent challenges, the course of history is once again thrown into turmoil. The multilateral system, which born from the rubble of the war to promote peace, to share progress and foment solidarity between nations, this system today is showing its limits. It is struggling to provide concerted answers to contemporary challenges. And indeed, multilateral bodies seem to be at a standstill, frozen, while both old and new conflicts persist, some more disastrous than others. And terrorist threats remain unresolved across the globe. The successive COPs, we are now at the 29th, are succeeding each other, and that will take place, latest one will take place in Brazil. But yet, and despite all of that, global warming is worsening. And the world is now witnessing a major trade war, just as we were already struggling to recover from the last economic and financial crisis. And against this backdrop of crisis and profound change, Africa continues to face a number of challenges. Yes, Africa. Africa, that in history was actually divided in 1884 here in Berlin at the Berlin-Congo Conference by the then powers. And Africa since has been struggling and fighting for its dignity and its development. But I will limit myself to 4 major challenges when it comes to Africa. The first challenge is the challenge of peace, security, and stability. In addition to persistent conflict situations, terrorism has a tendency of becoming endemic on our continent, particularly in the region of the Sahel. And it has to be stated that for years now, Africa has been constantly warning that traditional peacekeeping operations in Africa, United Nations-led operations, are ill-suited to the fight against terrorism due to a lack of adequate mandates and resources. And the precipitous end of certain operations are a case in point. In the face of anger and incomprehension on the part of the population, we have seen that here in Mali, and we've seen the same borne out in the Congo. And this is why we have always called for more robust mandates and better calibrated resources in order to combat terrorism within the framework of the African peace and security architecture. Obviously, and this goes without saying, with the logistical and financial support from the United Nations and our partner countries. This is the price, and only at this price we will be able to defeat terrorism on the African continent, or at least significantly reduce its scope of action. It is in our common interest, because the persistence of terrorism in Africa constitutes a global threat, which falls within the remit of the Security Council of the United Nations, which is the guarantor of our collective security system. And if you witness a situation, for example, in Mali and in the Sahel, many believe that it actually has stemmed and keeps flowing from the inadequate mandates and the inadequate assignment of resources to the Sahel region. The second challenge that I'd like to mention here is the economic development challenge. With its 30 million square kilometers, its demographic weight, 1.4 billion inhabitants, and in 2015 it's projected to rise to 2.1 billion in terms of population. And with its other resources, like mineral water, we see the great rivers in Africa, the Congo, Nile, the Zambezi River, energy, fuel, gas, and coal, its mineral resources and its land resources. 60% of the planet's undeveloped arable land are in Africa. Well, with all of this richness, Africa has the potential, the required potential, to sustain its development efforts and to contribute to global growth. Obviously, this certainly calls for enlightened public policies. But this really depends also on Africans themselves. But in addition to that, it also requires a fairer and more equitable world economic order. Dynamics of development are hampered, generally, when taxes are not paid at the point where wealth is created. Where you come to a certain area, you extract resources, and then you transfer those resources and create value added somewhere else and create jobs somewhere else. And what do you leave where the resources come from? Well, empty holes and poverty. And this also has a link to migration flows. So, the reform of international tax systems is another problem that is important and on the top of our minds. So we've already said it. Dynamics of development are hampered by the taxes that are not paid where wealth is created or due to abusive tax ascensions. So these are abusive, and they have been included in legislation and legislative frameworks in all of these countries and create a framework for the extraction and transfer of resources. And the other problem that we have in Africa is the rating agencies and their rating of African countries. It is based on methodologies that are increasingly contested. Why? Because in Africa, the perception of risk is often higher than the actual risk on the ground. I've said it time and again. African countries, despite the situations, repay their debt, even though the interest rates are extremely high, and despite all of that, they continue serving their debt. So this perception of risk and this rating creates a higher cost for credit because it creates an extra fee that is added, a risk premium that is added to the already high interest rates. And that is why Africa is strangling on debt, and that is why debt is accumulating and accruing in Africa. Therefore, in my view, it is time to refound international cooperation on newly founded paradigms as follows. First of all, reform of international tax systems. I've already talked about this before, but ever since it has been mentioned in the past, we haven't seen any progress. We should have an international tax on transactions of 4%, irrespective of the countries, in Europe or elsewhere. If we in Africa were able to have a 15% tax rate in order to tax all of those transfers, we would not even require any credits. We would have an equitable system, and we would be able to participate in the international trade system at the same level. And the other question is also the relaxation of OECD rules. I've actually mentioned that, and I also salute the developments that have been undertaken within the OECD, but the rules are very, very rigid when it comes to export credits. When you speak to the parties involved, they say, well, this is not up to us, but what we say, if the countries were able to have more extended credit lines, I speak about, for example, Senegal, where we had a credit for a hydroenergetic project. But we required financing actually of more than 10 years. Because a hydro dam, for example, has actually a service life of between 80 and 100 years. So you need more extended lines, 25, 50 years, for a project that will actually last 100 years. And this is something that we always have. It's a debate that we put on the table. That's what we also have in terms of debate that with China. They come, Chinese come and offer, for example, credit lines and credit periods of up to 25 years, and that's all we demand from China and from Europe. When it comes to infrastructure, the railroad lines, utilities, etc., big-ticket infrastructure projects require that kind of investment and that kind of framework, and it is also part of our dignity. So, as I said, in my opinion, Africa today needs fair rules and requires also equitable and fair partnerships. More than it needs, actually, official development aids, anyway, limited nowadays, and which is also flanked with inefficient mechanisms. Just for example, when it comes to infrastructure, I would also like to salute the participation of Germany in the African Development Bank, and I would hope that all of the African partners continue to support the African Development Bank, which is really doing a very remarkable job in terms of financing in Africa. So, the African Bank estimates that Africa's needs, annual needs, are situated between $130 and $170 billion a year. And this is certainly not with the official aid development that we will be able to develop such a vast territory with a very young and thriving population. And of course, the efforts and achievements of traditional partnerships have to be commended and recognized. And I certainly do not deny what has been done and what is positive as well. But all I do is that we have to move beyond that. The ground has been laid and by the partnership between Europe and Africa and at the international level. But at the same time, Africa will continue to open up to new partnerships. We will participate in globalization only if we do not renounce it. But it's not just that you open up for us. We cannot be exclusive in our partnerships. We need to see what is on offer and what is in our interest. So diversity is appreciated there, and we really need to reinvent multilateralism as an inclusive form of multilateralism for all. And it is vis-à-vis all of this that together we have gradually implemented the African Continental Free Trade Area, which will be one of the most important markets in the world, and which will help to establish a new doctrine of cooperation based on an ethic of shared values, of concerted solutions and mutually beneficial interests, while at the same time shunning ideological social cultural conditionalities. This is what we have always insisted upon. Our way of being. We are Africans, and you need to accept us as we are. We're not Europeans, we're not Americans, we're not Chinese, we're Africans. And we need to be accepted as such, as Africans. And no political or cultural conditionality should be attached to our cooperation. The third challenge, quite quickly, will be the energy transition, a very important topic for Germany, the energy transition in the context of global warming. Following the well-established principle of shared but differentiated responsibility, Africa is fully committed to the fight against global warming. Everywhere on the continent, low-carbon, climate-resilient projects are springing up, pushed by the government, by the private sector. But the continent that pollutes the least cannot be forced to choose between development on the one hand and environmental protection on the other hand. That is trying to be imposed upon us, or to go into debt or incur debt in order to finance the cost of the adaptation on its own. This is an absolutely vital question, because Africa has to carry its own, on its own, the financial burden of adaptation, or, on the other hand, forego development, because for the sake of global warming or climate warming, one has to forego fossil fuels of any kind, while only contributing a small fraction to global warming. And therefore, it's urgent to mobilize the financial resources needed for climate action, in particular within the framework of Partnership for a Just Energy Transition. Furthermore, in the interest of fairness and justice, we must avoid unilateral decisions, such as the one taken at COP26 in Glasgow, which banned foreign financing of fossil fuel projects. This was a decision taken unilaterally by industrialized countries. So, banning of foreign financing countries outside of signatory countries of fossil fuel projects, even when it comes to low-polluting ones such as gas. So paradoxically, these countries import gas by actually turning it into LNG gas, while at the same time penalizing this. So while at the same time industrial countries continue to use far more polluting energies such as coal. So this is really a crucial question when it comes to climate equity and justice. And I'd just like to remind you that the African Union, the African Development Bank, and the Global Adaptation Center launched the Accelerated Action for Adaptation in Africa program, the AAAP, in 2021. This ambitious initiative aims to mobilize up to $25 billion in order to strengthen Africa's climate resilience in key areas, such as, for example, agriculture, infrastructure, but also investing in youth and entrepreneurship, as well as finance and governance. And in my capacity as chairman of the supervisory board of the Global Adaptation Center, here standing in Berlin, I would like to launch an appeal to bilateral and multilateral partners to support that second phase of the AAAP initiative. So speaking of the period 2026 to 2030, because if Africa does not adapt to climate change, they will actually move in a similar direction by drawing on very polluting energies and therefore also contribute to the destruction of our planet. So, jointly we need to develop projects of development for Africa, but at the same time also trying to mitigate consumption of the fossil fuels in industrialized countries. So both have to go hand in glove if we are really to effectively combat climate change. So I'd like to end with the fourth challenge, and that is the reform of global governance. The ideal underpinning multilateralism, and I'd like to remind you, is since the end of the World War, is to promote relations of trust. Relations of trust, solidarity, and inclusion between countries of unequal strength. And in keeping with this spirit, it is right to recognize the services that the United Nations and the organizations emerging from Bretton Woods systems have rendered to member states. But 80 years after its creation, post-war multilateralism is threatening to become obsolete because it no longer meets the realities and needs of our times. For more than 3/4 of the member countries, it is a source of inequality that fuels frustration, legitimate frustration, and even growing opposition to the system. The gradual expansion of the BRICS states into the global south, I believe that this is a symptom that has to be analyzed. And these symptoms must not be simply brushed aside. They have a root cause. Because if we ignore that and the illness fully takes hold, then it will be too late. So this gradual expansion of the BRICS into the global south happens because there is a malaise in the current system, a malaise that runs the risk of fragmentation if the system itself is not reformed. We should not want to come to that at all. A world with competing multilateral points, and a world based on antagonism. And therefore, wisdom dictates that global political, economic, and financial governance should be overhauled to make it more representative of today's world's diversity. And I would also like to salute what the G20 have done. 2022, 2023, I was a member there representing the African Union, and the fact that the African Union was admitted as permanent member in the G20 was achieved back then, and that is a remarkable result. And this is an objective that is absolutely legitimate. Why? Because the African Union is the 8th largest economy in the world, if you look at it in its totality. So we have a total volume of almost $3 trillion. We have all of these economies tied in there, 20 economies. And this is really part of it. If you look at the population, we are 1.4 billion. Therefore, there's no reason why we should not be members of the G20. And it was a great success that in 2023, the African Union was accepted as a full member. We have a permanent seat in the G20. So we need to salute this, and I'd like to salute all of the G20 members who admitted the African Union as a permanent member. The granting of a third seat to Africa on the IMF board was also a right step in the right direction, particularly with regards to sub-Saharan Africa. So this is a right step in the reform of multilateral institutions. But it is important to turn to other bodies, such as the Security Council of the United Nations and the World Bank. It is important that they should follow the example of the G20 in order to bring about a more inclusive world, a world where we have a more legitimate, more effective and inclusive multilateralism. I would like to thank you on this note, ladies and gentlemen, and would like to congratulate you on the holding of the summit and for allowing me to address this message from Africa to you. Thank you very much.
Nous vous remercions à vous, monsieur, votre excellence, pour votre perspective, pour les appels importants.
Your perspective and for these very important appeals that messages that you have brought today to us. Thank you very much.
So, there's a lot on my mind, actually. That was a very enlightening speech, and I will not try to summarize what we just heard, but I am sure you are taking your thoughts away. What I will do is I will now hand over to two very important young voices. Let me say one thing, because I noted it down. You've got the translation devices. You can either leave them on your chair when you leave this room, or you pass them back to my colleagues at the door. Don't take them home. They don't serve you well, and we need them again. So, over to two very important young voices that I want to introduce to you. One is Isabel Steidl, and she will be introduced by one we consider a colleague by now. Sorry, Kontimi, but that's Kontimi Kenfak Muafo. You're officially with the Uni Aachen, but we consider you one of us. Since you've joined the Young Global Changers program, you're now a Young Global Changers ambassador for Africa. And while we are super astonished by the amount of multitasking you're able to do, obviously, what's truly inspiring to us is that in everything you do, in your studies, in your work with us, in your many other functions, you always aim to also change the narrative around the globe. And I think you're very, very good at this, and let's see you do your magic, and you will introduce Isabel to us. Please both come to the stage, Isabel Steidl and Kuntimi Kenfak Muafo. Thank you.
So thank you very much, Claudia. But before we start, I would like to briefly introduce my friend, Isabel Steidl. She's a G70 and G20 youth representative for Germany for both 2023 and 2024. So, Isabel, how are you doing? How are you feeling?
Thank you. I'm very excited to be here, actually. And I'm taking a lot already from the first day, where we experienced some great conversations.
Yeah. Tell us more about yourself and about your work as a youth representative.
So I started back in the local municipal council in the city of Heilbronn. It's in the south of Germany. And there, when I advocated for climate policies, I understood that we have global challenges and local challenges. But in order to be truly powerful, we need to connect those. And this is why I'm very happy that we both can have the stage today, and we can have this summit to talk about our perspectives, but to hear all these different perspectives from all over the world and to have such an interesting mix together in one place. I think this is truly special about it.
I think you were one of the youngest parliamentarians in the city of Heilbronn, is that correct?
Exactly.
Can you talk more about that? How did that come to be?
I think in the end, we as the young people, we need to have the voice. Because, of course, many times we are feeling like we lack the experience. But in the end, it's us who are most affected of the decisions we do today. So we should not make this a gap between, young people and people with more experience, but we should find intergenerational solutions together. And I think this is something that we all need to do, for example, here today, but also in our everyday life, to find more common ground with more diverse stakeholders. And this is also something I'm really happy that today and yesterday especially, there were a lot of capacity building with the Young Global Changers. Would you like to tell us more about it, Kontimi?
Yes, we're talking about the summit, and I would just like to very briefly touch about my highlight for the first day of the summit yesterday, because we had a keynote speech from Dr. Ala Horabit, which to me was very inspiring. And I think one thing that I took off was the fact that young people, young organizations working on the ground, they're not asking for charity, but they're demanding partnership. I think that's very, very important, because partnership requires that the global leaders and these young leaders sit on the table, see each other as equals, and actually engage in that dialogue, right? And I think that is something that I really resonated with me, and I hope that it did resonate with the young leaders that were listening as well. So do you have any highlights for the first summit?
I love that point, because it reminds me of one session I took part, and actually a woman who is also participating here today in the audience, she told us this powerful story of how she's having all these obstacles right now, funding issues, a lot of things where you could easily say, okay, I'm giving up. But instead, she found 20 other NGOs in her space where they're all doing different work, but related to each other. And they understood that they have 5 narratives they all agree on. And now she's here today bringing these narratives to the Global Solution Summit, and her colleagues from the other 20 organizations are bringing this to other summits. And I think this is a powerful message for all of us, how even in these times that are very challenging, we need to foster collaboration even more than ever.
Yeah, the key word here is collaboration, really, because that happens when there is dialogue. And I am a young global changer. I took part in the program 3 years ago, and I've been engaging with the community up to this point. And, of course, my heart really beats for that community. Of course, yesterday we had the Young Global Changers Recoupling Awards, and it was really fascinating, as it is every year, in my opinion. But I think in the first year of the summit, there was much more than that, which I find was quite important, right? We had the opportunity as young global changers to engage with global leaders, right? We had a closed-door session with Dr. Alal Murabit, which I just mentioned. We had a closed-door session with a minister for cooperatives and for SMEs in Kenya. And I think this was really a huge opportunity for us to engage with global leaders and to exchange as equals in this case. But the question is, how do we take these mindset, right? How do we take this mindset and ensure that as we go into the second day, that we can make sure that the young people all are represented in the dialogues that happen throughout the summit? Any ideas?
I think it's 2 things we should keep in mind. So for all the young people here around us, please speak up. Please raise your voice today. It's equally important as yesterday. Don't be shy and be courageous, because you have your opinion based on facts and on your experience, and it's not worth less than of anyone else. And please, to you world leaders around here who are here with us today, please hear us out. Please include our perspectives, and please make us create solutions together. Yeah. I think this is the true power that the summit has.
Absolutely. And the fact that we are here today, of course, in this opening address, it's really a huge opportunity. So thank you to the Global Solution Initiative and for giving us this platform. But do you have any points, any topics that in your opinion have not been addressed enough in the summit so far or need to be further addressed?
I particularly, as I'm also right now focusing on my startup with AI and recycling, we want to enhance recycling, make it to reduce the barriers and to make it more intuitive. I see the progress of AI, and I see how fast it is. And I think we as a society, we need to react to it, because we have, on the one hand, the existential threat that may come with it, and we need to do the alignment absolutely right. And this is something that is, in my bubble, not really well presented. And on the other hand, there are people like Bill Gates, who was a guest last year, and he just quoted that he thinks in 10 years we will have 2 working days per week, because AI will do the rest of our work. And we can just leave the statement as it is. I know many people think it's very controversial, but we need to talk as a society about it, what consequences it has, and what we as a society want to do. So I think it's very important that we have also this special track, and I'm very curious to hear more about it today.
Absolutely.
How about you?
Well, I mean, I'm Cameroonian and I'm African, so for me it has to be the South African G20 presidency that's coming up. And I think it's the first time that an African country is going to be leading the G20, and I think that's really, that's really important. That's a massive milestone, and I'm interested in seeing how the country, or an African country, in this case South Africa, can actually use this opportunity to create like a framework where the global dialogue that happens on the global stage, where Africa really positions itself, or South Africa positions itself in a way that its interests, its priorities have at least the same level of importance and relevance as the interests and priorities of the other Western nations. I think that's really, really important, changing the dynamics when having that kind of discourse. So I feel like there needs to be more discussions about this, and I'm hoping to hear more about it. But I think there is a session on this this afternoon. So I think that we're going to definitely have the chance to, to look at that. So I'm really looking forward to that. Any last words? Anything you want to give to the audience before we head into the summit? I'm pretty sure they're already waiting and ready to go.
Just please foster the collaborations more than ever. I think this is benefiting all of us. And take the time for the personal space, but also make it institutionalized. Let us, as institutions, work closely together. I think, especially in these demanding times, we need it, we all need it, and I think this is my take. What's yours?
Well, I mean, my take has to be about intergenerational dialogue, right? So please, the global leaders in the room, those that are sitting in positions of power, let's talk more with the young people. Let's talk more with the people that are engaged on the ground, with the people that are actually, solving the solutions that we talk about at a high level, but are solving these every day. So I think we should try or strive to have much more of that. And with that being said, I want to say thank you very much. Thank you, Isabel, for this lovely chat. And thank you for giving us a platform. And I want to say, enjoy the summit, and hopefully you can take some of these points and dissect them further during the summit. So thank you very much, and have a great summit. Thank you.
Dankeschön.
Thanks.
War toll.
Vielen Dank.
Sherpa Panel an.
So, thanks a lot. I think, we are really proud of the young global changes, and we'll pursue that by all means. So now I have the next honor to introduce our Sherpa panel, which will be chaired by my very good friend, I have to say that, Andreas Sall from the OECD. Please, Andreas, come up.
Our next session will be G20 at 20, the future of the G20 in a changing world. Please welcome to the stage your moderator, Andreas Sall.
Very warm welcome to everybody to this G20 Sherpa panel. It's a pleasure and an honor. And I remember having discussed this panel with Dennis Snow and Christian Castro last year, and the Global Solutions Summit was always in the heart of bringing inputs to the G20 from civil society, from governments, from industry, from social partners. So that's why I accepted this generous offer invitation to co-organize and moderate this panel. So very warm welcome to this one. I'm very often asked, what is a Sherpa? And a Sherpa is, you remember Edmund Hillary and Tenzing Norgay. So the guy who is carrying the heavy luggage for the boss to the summit, and that's where the Sherpa expression comes. So a Sherpa is doing the negotiations, is carrying the substance, is carrying the solutions, spending nights in dark conference rooms, and fighting for compromises in a multilateral context. And this is the role of a Sherpa, to bring his or her leader to the summit. Then there are Sherpas and sous-Sherpas. The sous-Sherpa carries the luggage for the Sherpa. And then there is the yak, which is this Himalaya animal with the long hairs. And I have to tell you, I was in my life everything. I was a yak, I was a sous-Sherpa, and now I'm a Sherpa. And that's why I'm glad to be joined by so many Sherpa colleagues who have been with me in this business for more than 2 decades. And let me warmly welcome first the panelists. I have from Argentina, Buenos Aires, my dear friend Federico Pinedo, the Sherpa of Argentina, Sherpa for President Milei. So please, we move over here. And next on my list is from India, the sous-Sherpa of India, live from Delhi, Abhishek Singh. So please come and join us on stage. And then, because to show you that I'm very proud that this is a panel of the Global South, but we also have somebody from the south of Europe, and we have the foreign policy advisor to the Spanish Prime Minister and the G20 sous-Sherpa, co-Sherpa, Emma Aparachi. Please, very warm welcome to Emma. And then not representing the north, but probably coming most north from Oslo, dear friend and colleague, the Sherpa of the Norwegian Prime Minister, Henrik Haubø. Henrik. And then Macky Sall, President Macky Sall mentioned that India invited the African Union to come have a seat in the G20 table. Please, colleagues, have already a seat. And we're very pleased and very happy to have the sous Sherpa of the African Union, Ambassador Silva, with us. So please come on stage. And if anything, the United Nations is core to multilateralism. So I invite a good friend and long-term colleague, Navid Hanif, who is the sous Sherpa for the United Nations and also the Assistant Secretary General. So I think we need to move the two of you, and please have a seat. So, well, welcome again, friends and colleagues, to be in a different setting, and I have to say in an almost nicer setting. As I said, I always recall the sessions in the G20 at 2 a.m. in the mornings when the compromise on climate cannot be reached, and you're sitting there and you wish you were not born because it's so tough, the negotiations. So we will have a more friendly dialogue here on an important topic, on the future of the G20. Because the G20 now with South Africa, with the South African presidency, concludes its first cycle. So after South Africa, all the countries around the table will have had the presidency for once, and that's why it's an important inflection point. And G20 leaders have agreed in Rio de Janeiro that this G20 at 20, how we call it, is an opportunity to kind of look at the things which went well and look at the things which we can do better. And I'm very pleased and honored that the South African presidency has asked the OECD, which I represent, to work on a review or on a study what has worked well. Very strong impetus of the G20 after the financial crisis, strong macroeconomic coordination, 2008, 2009, the creation of the Financial Stability Board, advances on the taxation agenda, very strong track record on macro coordination, maybe a bit less strong track record on structural policy reform, maybe a bit less track record on achievements on climate, maybe one of the challenging topics, and we had pledges against protectionism in the G20 right after the financial crisis, so this might be a bit more challenging going forward. But without further ado, I'm not continue to lecture you on our wisdom at the OECD anymore, but profit from the insights of this high-level panel. And I wanted to start with Federico Pinedo, because Argentina has chaired the G20 in 2018, made big inroads on issues as regards the digital economy, the future of work, also some development financing issues. So, Federico, what do you think, how can the G20 preserve its informality while being a leaders-driven process? And maybe the second half of the question, what do you think are the priorities for Argentina in this current context of reforming, redefining the G20 at crossroads?
Okay, thank you. Yeah, it's okay. Well, G20 is a place in order to cooperate between different countries, and there is a trade-off between, on the one hand, ambition, and on the other hand, common ground. No? If you are very much ambitious regarding lots of things, you're going to be less productive in having grip over the problems you need to solve. So now that we are reviewing the G20 for the next years, after all the countries have been presiding the G20 meetings, I think that we need to go back to basics, and we need to focus on the most urgent issues. No, the world is going through a very difficult moment. The UN Charter has been violated by the Ukraine invasion. Some very basic aspects of the UN Charter, as territorial integrity, have been violated. We are discussing the future of trade. We are discussing the future of a global currency. We are discussing if we need to have a new Bretton Woods agreement. So in that moment, with these pressures, I think that we need to focus on these aspects. The G20 has been created for reaching financial stability. And the G20 has two tracks in which it works. One is the finance track that is in charge of financial stability, and the other one is the Sherpa track, ours, which is or should be focused on several other issues not related with financial stability. So in my view, it is important to focus on three main subjects. We have at present something like 20 permanent working groups and task forces on lots of things. But I think we need to focus in three main blocks or subjects. The first one related with human development, mainly related with cooperation regarding the experience of domestic policies in education, training, reskilling, upskilling for the future of work. That was the subject of Argentina's G20. Health, of course, to coordinate the common compromise with global health. The second, in my view, is economic development, and has a relationship with macroeconomic stability, with investments based on the rule of law, related with technology and the impact of technology. Trade, of course. And probably the third block, which is very important at present, is the energy transition. So if we focus on those problems which can drive us out of the problems of the moment, I think that the G20 will have a strong output.
Thanks so much, Federico. I think this was a strong lead us in, and you will not be surprised at some of the things you were saying. I'm hearing also from preliminary first contacts in Washington, D.C., where they are preparing for the 2026 US presidency of the G20. So back to basics, focus on economic growth, do not forget the people, focus on key challenges such as energy transition is something, again, can maybe help us or maybe define a way forward for the G20. But let me ask Henrik Harbour, you have been, Norway has been a guest country under several presidencies, including in Germany 2017, Brazil 2024, now South Africa 2025. From the perspective of a Nordic country, what do you think are the major areas where the G20 had a real impact, and how do you think, also in the spirit of Federico, we can take the issues further forward? Henrik.
Thank you very much, Andreas. And first of all, thank you for having me on this panel. Honored to be here, and also, as you said, we are a guest country for the third time, which is extremely important for us. So the presidency each year has the possibility of inviting some guests, and we have been fortunate to be invited 3 times. My first point is that I think that before coming to the topics and where I think G20 really has delivered, the process is as important as the as the policy decisions, in my view, because the fact that this group of countries sit together, deal with the global big issues, it's a quite representative group that has improved a lot after the African Union joined, which was Macky Sall just mentioned in his speech before this session. That has been a very important addition to increase the representativity of the G20 as a group. When it comes to achievements, I think that, first of all, the financial crisis in 2008, I think G20 was very effective to dealing with that crisis. That was extremely important for the world economy and also for all other development issues. And coming out of that, I think it sounds maybe boring, but things like the Financial Stability Board, extremely important institutions coming out of the G20. Then recently, I think on global health, dealing with the pandemic, a very important issue. And then the last I would mention is on debt issue. That was also both debt issue and the importance of reform of global institutions, as Macky Sall talked about. The G20 has created a global framework for dealing with the debt distress. I think it's extremely important. The implementation must be speeded up, but we have a good global framework for that. And also a roadmap for reform of the multilateral development banks. I think Hanif will maybe come to that also, but I think the fact that the G20 countries together have elaborated this roadmap is a very good and practical way forward on this very important topic. So these are the issues I would like to mention.
No, but again, excellent input, Henrik. Thanks so much. And you sound like a Sherpa who was already there for 20 summits. And we're very glad to, at least for the OECD, to have you around the table with your wisdom on that. I mean, the process is as much important as the substance. I also believe that this is a point in the G20. I mean, we currently have in the Troika President Lula, President Ramaphosa, and President Trump. So the magnitude of policies represented in the Troika can probably not bigger. And there is a value to find common grounds, even if you come from different policy viewpoints around the country, around the group, not around the countries, with different countries. So, but with that in mind, and I think the G20 was always at the beginning, I think, criticized by some countries from the global south of following an advanced economies agenda. It was your financial crisis. That's why we are sitting around the table. Where are the agenda items coming from? What we now call the global south, or what are the agenda items focusing on development? But the G20 has always tried to encapsulate development in its prospects. And I think a major breakthrough was probably India's 2023 G20 presidency. It was part of a historic sequence of 4 consecutive G20 presidencies held by emerging economies, starting with Indonesia 2022, India 2023, Brazil 2024, and now South Africa 2025. So you also invited for the first time the African Union to have a permanent seat at the table, which everybody, I think, applauds as an important addition to the G20. But let me ask you, Abhishek Singh, how you see it from your perspective? Where do you think in this kind of development agenda, this 4th consecutive presidency had the biggest impact, and how do you think these development priorities, how do we deal in the current context with keeping these development priorities high on the agenda?
Thank you, Andreas, and it's such a pleasure to be in Berlin. In fact, I'm visiting Berlin after a long time. I was posted here as Deputy Ambassador in 2016-17, and it's always a pleasure, and I look forward to coming to Berlin. Talking about G20 at 20, I think it's a time to reflect. And the South African presidency has, in fact, as we speak, they're doing a survey of the same as to where we have progressed. And you rightly mentioned that the 4 consecutive presidencies of the Global South has set the tone. Probably we have made some forward movement, I would say, in terms of Global South versus Global North. It's about, talking about G20 as a whole. So, countries like India Indonesia, we have played, the role of a bridge builder. But 4 areas I feel, G20 at 20 should focus on. And that also emanates from the basic tenets of why G20 came into being. The first is, of course, the slowdown of the global growth. I mean, if you look at, 2000 to 2017, the overall global growth was around 3.7%. Last few years, it has been 3.3. Even, big economies like Germany, where we are, is, the first, I was being told by my colleague from the embassy that the first quarter is 0.2%, 0.2% in the first quarter of 2025. So we have to see how G20 can galvanize, the overall global growth. The second, of course, is, the lack of progress that has been there in the various sustainable development goals, 2030. Many of the goals we are, lagging behind. Some are going in the negative direction. So how G20 can, put its act together in helping countries, especially the ones from Global South, with the support of the Global North to achieve those goals. Thirdly, we are also faced with, new and emerging technologies. Everyone is talking about AI. How we are going to, have the G20 discuss and move forward on emerging technologies like AI. How it can be made, a means of global good. And fourthly, I would feel that, which is, of course, the topic that is, of great importance for all of us is the climate finance. So we are looking at G20 in the last 2 decades. It has done a phenomenal work in terms of, providing solutions or getting consensus on global issues. But how, it's going to get the, the G20 countries together on the important issue of climate finance, as we are looking at, the COP30 in Berlin, in Brazil. So these are the 4 issues that come to my mind, and I feel that, of course, South Africa is represented, but the 4 priorities of South African presidency of G20 is very well premised, and India has conveyed its full support to South Africa, and its 4 priorities and the 3 task forces that they have, made. But probably we'll have time to, discuss that in the next few minutes. So I leave it at that. Thank you, Andreas.
No, but thanks so much, Abhishek. Again, I mean, 4 key priorities. I mean, economic growth in line with Federico, going back to basics, and I agree with you. This has been always in the core of the G20, in the foundation of the G20. Development, of course, important to bring these growth prospects also to developing country. And SDG and climate finance, I would combine, and I remember that we have done a report for India's G20 presidency on the SDG financing gap, where we showed clearly that we will never, looking at that we have, I think, $4.3 trillion gap in financing the SDGs. We will never make it if we don't bring additional resources such as private finance, blended finance, other stuff. So this can be also an agenda going forward to rethink about the development architecture, the development finance architecture. But with that, I wanted to ask Ambassador Sarah Silva, who is here with us, representing the African Union, who is Director for Multilateral Affairs in the Foreign Ministry of Angola, who currently holds the presidency of the African Union. So everybody agrees it's very great to have the African Union around the table, to have not only South Africa as a voice around the table, but also the African Union representing more holistic the continent. And there's also an opportunity in South Africa, having South Africa as the first summit, first presidency on African soil, to advance African issues. And I just had a meeting with the team, discuss an initiative they're doing on AI for Africa and stuff like that. But I want to ask the African Union, how do you see up to now the role you have in the G20, and what are African Union's priorities for this second cycle, for the upcoming second cycle of the presidency? And is there anything else one needs to do to strengthen Africa's voice around the table? Please, Sarah.
Thank you, Andrea. It's a pleasure to be here. And I would like to say that since its admission, the African Union has been working on ensuring that the African voice is heard and amplified in G20 and in the global arena. This is in line with the vision of the African Union Agenda 2063, aimed to ensure that Africa becomes a strong and influential global player, able to foster and in position and able to finance its development. Regarding its priorities, the EU Agenda 2063 guides Africa's participation in the G20, as well as its priorities, which were agreed by the AU Executive Council, namely, achieve the Agenda 2063 and its second decade of action and the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. Reform the international financial architecture, international food security and agriculture, fair energy transition, trade and investment, health and vaccine manufacturing. And it should be noted that upon admitting the African Union into G20 as a permanent member, the G20 committed to support the African Union in realizing the aspiration of the Agenda 2063. That's why I named these priorities. Yeah.
Thanks so much. No, indeed. I mean, I think one of the things, and you mentioned the African Union Agenda 2063, and this is also something which has helped us to guide in the past G20 exercises to have an ambition, to have goals for the G20. I remember the Australian presidency in 2014 had the goal of promoting 2% more growth in 5 years by ambitious structural reform. So I think this having goals in the G20 agenda is also probably something we need to do going forward. With that, I want to ask Emma Abarachi, good friend and foreign policy advisor of the president of the Council of Spain, and want to ask you, because Spain is also hosting the fourth Financing for Development conference in Sevilla in end of June, early July. And because also Abhishek mentioned the topic of financing for development, SDG financing, climate financing, how do you see the potential, how do you see the interlinked between the process and the priorities Spain is advancing in the FFD4 context, and what can the G20 do more or better to support you in this Herculean endeavor?
Well, thank you very much, Andreas, and thank you for inviting me to this session. Congratulations to the organizers for this impressive setup of Global Solutions 20 at G20. So we are, Spain is a permanent guest to the G20 and has participated over the years since the inception of the G20 in 2008. And we've been working with partners and colleagues in trying to provide our view and in a way that we can bridge differences among different parts of the G20. We are now in Spain fully focused together with the UN, of course, my dear friend Nabib and all the team in the UN headquarters in the organization of Seville. And we firmly believe that there is an interconnection between what the G20 has been doing over the past few years and what we are going to see in Seville in once in a decade summit that is going to take place for financing for development. This is the fourth conference on financing for development. And how does the G20 work or has been working over the years? Well, we see that the main focus of Seville should be to provide new solutions, new instruments with the adequate flexibility in order to fulfill the 2030 agenda. And in this regard, we've seen that many of the discussions that we have had in previous presidencies, I remember very well in India when we were discussing the initiative of the better, bigger, and more effective NDBs, for instance, and the review of the capital adequacy framework in 2022. These are elements and discussions that are taking place within the G20 that are really feeding into the UN processes. And if I had to, for instance, during the pandemic, the Saudi Arabian presidency and the references and instruments that we designed for debt suspension service, or what we can do also in debt suspension within the Sevilla conference. These are very interlinked type of discussions that are taking place. But if I had to define the G20 and as a permanent guest, which is an honor for Spain, I have to say, if I had to define the G20, I would say that it's the preeminent global agenda shaper, in the sense that we in the G20 are able to forge basic consensus among global economies that later on crystallize in a global consensus at the multilateral level in the United Nations. This is why it's so important that we have these discussions in the various tracks, as our colleague from Argentina was saying before. We have these discussions which are very lengthy and very difficult. I remember very well in Rome, we were not sleeping for 3 days in a row, just before the summit. But at that time, G20 was taking place back to back with COP in Glasgow. And I remember very well those lengthy discussions in Rome with regards to climate action. And the consensus that it was reached in Rome fed into the COP and allowed the COP in Glasgow to be successful as well. So this crystallization of global consensus within the G20 and going into the multilateral system is something that we need to protect and work in the coming years. And we really hope that in Seville we are able to do the same, and all the work that has been done so far in terms of financing for development is crystallized in an ambitious outcome document. We want to call it the Sevilla Commitment, so that we can really bring a future of hope in terms of financing for development, which is really at the core of the multilateral system. And we, in this moment in which we are under an important challenge in terms of multilateralism, we really, really need to, as the international community, to provide a message that multilateralism works for the people, is able to deliver. And Sevilla is an opportunity for leaders to say so. And we really hope that together with the help of the United Nations and the rest of colleagues, we arrive to that ambitious outcome. Thank you.
Great. Thanks so much, Emma, because I think it's really important what you said. I mean, multilateralism that delivers for people. And that's why we developed, for example, in the OECD, the leitmotif, better policies for better lives, because we do not only want to work on policy and analytical evidence, but we also want to make sure that what we are doing in the multilateral context is really delivering for the people. And the financing for development can be an important point, and I'm very glad that you both, Henrik and Emma, you mentioned the debt service suspension initiative, which was negotiated in the G20. I think that topic is probably one of the big ticket items also between advanced emerging economies. How to solve this going forward in a rising debt burden might be also bringing back home to core issues. The debt issue is a core economic issue. So whatever we can do on the financing for development to help and support, we will. And that's a brilliant bridge. Thanks so much to you. Make my job as a moderator really easy, to the United Nations. And you should know that I'm always sitting left of Navid in the G20, so I'm always on the left corner, so the OECD in the left corner of the UN. I'm sure this means something also politically. And very pleased to share the seat next to you, Navid. And for you, I mean, financing for development is a big ticket item. The COP in Belém, in Brazil, Latin America will be another big ticket item. So the world full of challenges. What is the solution from a UN point, and what can international organizations such as us, the United Nations and the OECD, help to support this process? Navid.
Thank you, Andreas, for the opportunity to join this distinguished panel roundtable. And thanks to the host for the Solutions Summit. I have had very candid exchanges since yesterday, and I find this platform very illuminating on many issues. And it's always so reassuring to have you next to me when we're at the G20. I think G20 was a premier forum. It still remains a premier forum for international cooperation. 2 presidencies, many have done it, but South Africa, with the headline of Ubuntu, defines G20. I am because we are. And India's presidency, one Earth, one family, one future. That's what G20 captures. 80% of the world economy, more than 60% of the world's population. And commendable job in managing crises. You just mentioned COVID-19. They came up with so many initiatives and solutions which stabilized the global economy and sent a clear message of confidence and trust. And G20 still remains indispensable to global actions on key issues. So I want to flag 3 things, and you have also said G20 at 20. What should we be suggesting to South Africa and the incoming host? Chair. Stabilization of financial system and financial regulation design, commendable job. But focus on development finance has been rather limited. I will flag 3 issues. One was sent by our young ambassador from Cameroon. Development finance is not charity. It's about changing the rules of the game, where financial decisions are aligned with the goals of climate action and sustainable development goals. So South Africa's initiative, reducing the cost of capital, will be a major step forward in enabling countries to access affordable long-term finance, not charity, but affordable long-term finance for sustainable development outcomes and climate results. First step is the multilateral development banks. The capital base has to go up. It's on the table, bolder, bigger banks. Second, they should align their lending policies with the climate goals and sustainable development goals. Third is mobilization of private capital. They have to develop instruments, they exist also, deploy those more frequently to mobilize private capital. Second layer of actions, and I'm not saying the G20 in any way should be lax on macroprudential rules, but there is a way to simplify those rules so that private capital can go to destinations where it is reluctant to go right now. So rules and regulations should be strictly implemented, but at the same time create space for private capital to move. It's not moving to the destination where it is badly needed. And we expect Seville, and it's our honor to support Spain, Seville to break new ground in that area. Third is the issue of debt. 68 countries are in some degree of debt distress, from high distress to mid to low level distress. But if we do not address it with speed and scale, the risks are mounting. Common framework has done significant work, delivered results, but speed and scale are missing. We have said that at every G20 meeting, the criteria or criterion for offering support should not be based only on income. If a country is in debt distress or in the verge of distress, income should not be the only criterion. Vulnerability is also a factor, then that is offered. So I just wanted to flag things which are coming our way for SWE, and G20's support and bold actions will be critical for SWE outcome to be impactful and long-lasting. I also want to flag two things for the Sherpa track Ambassador Panido mentioned. Commendable that G20 has focused on the 2030 action plan. Every presidency has delivered that. We recommend in the coming years, 2030 agenda should remain the central focus of Sherpa track because it captures the essence of our development trajectory for developed and developing countries. So it's critical. At the same time, there is a need for some streamlining. So G20 can also think where it brings the unique value addition. And yesterday, in the South Africa T20 leader mentioned, think of SMART, specific, measurable, and that's where we need time-bound, relevant. That's the kind of interventions needed from the G20 on the Sherpa track. Lastly, on financing for development, we do expect breakthroughs in SWE on areas where countries are very keen to see results. And that should be a massive investment push from SWE, public and private, by the policy interventions I've just highlighted. And G20 can really give a new push to those areas of action before we go to SWE to accelerate massive investments that should go for the SDGs, especially to Africa. Thank you.
Oh, thanks so much, Navid. Development finance is not charity. I could not agree more. It's also about empowering the countries to manage their destiny and to deliver for the people, and something we'll continue to have a conversation. I'm now very conscious, because of being a German and wearing a Japanese watch, I'm very conscious of time. I just asked the organizers, it cannot be serious that we have only 1 minute, 10 seconds left. I was told, because we started late, we can have at least a bit more, so maybe you can change the watch to another 10 minutes or so. Would be really appreciated. And if not, just the audience can just put like this, and then we stop right away, okay? So this or this. So I think 10 minutes would be fair for this extraordinary panel. And in this 10 minutes, okay? No, not at all.
I'm sorry, but...
I have two?
Yes.
But you told me before that I have at least as much as I lost at the beginning.
I told you we would add it all to this clock, and we did. I'm sorry, you just have a lot to talk about.
So then 3 quick points from each of you. G20 vision statement for the next 20 years. What are the 3 bullets? Each of you has 30 seconds. Federico.
Let's have outputs. Less words, more facts. Yeah.
Thank you.
Abhishek.
Reforms of the MDB and multilateral development banks, digital public infrastructure, and closing the gap between the global north and the global south. India and other countries can play the role of a bridge builder. Thank you.
Emma.
For me, it would be financing for development, for sustainable development, fight against climate change, and a major challenge that we're facing nowadays is the governance of artificial intelligence and how the G20 fits into larger fora such as the UN processes with a human-centric and development-friendly approach.
Henrik.
Yes, so first point is effective reduction of poverty and inequality in the world. Second is effective collective climate action. And the third point is financing and effective institutions to do exactly that.
David.
First point, connect with the larger UN membership. So commendation to Brazil. There was a meeting of the foreign ministers. This year, there will be first ever biennial summit of the G20, UN and IFIs. So we really invite all G20 members to engage with that. Second, keep the 2030 agenda at the center of your decision making. Make sure people, planet and prosperity are delivered for everyone. And lastly, G20 remains and holds the key to opening affordable finance for everyone on this planet. Thank you.
Thank you. Sarah.
For me, the G20 needs to be led by lead. That's listening, delivering, and inclusion and delivering.
Thanks so much. Listen, I mean, this discussion, if anything, has proven the importance of the G20 on the solution side. And if Dennis Snower and Christian Castrop allow us, we will be back to speak with Arnold Schwarzenegger. And I wanted to just conclude, and sorry again for using another minute, but I want to conclude with a little anecdote from my holidays in the Provence, when my wife wanted to buy a big lavender bush. And I was kind of telling her, no, we're just starting our holidays, and I was arguing with the merchant, it's too big for the car. And then the merchant said to me, mais monsieur, il n'y a pas de problème, il n'y a que de solutions. And this is a motto for the Global Solutions Summit. There are challenges outside, there are geopolitical challenges outside, but, mais monsieur, there's a lot of problems, but there's also a lot of solutions, and that's why it's such a good venue, the Global Solutions Summit, and thanks so much for having us here.
So you will have to forgive me, all of you, to cut you so short. I'm especially sorry for myself, but first of all, we need all of you in a photo, and there's some of you who need to travel. So let's swap places. I will ask all of you to come here and be joined by President Snower and also Christian Castrop, please, for a photo. There's a photographer. And while I let you gather for the photo, my colleague Stefanie Lassak is going to coordinate. Let me tell all of you what's happening next. You can also see on the screens that there's 4 sessions starting now. We will synthesize and hand over what we just heard from this large round table today at 4:30 to the South African Embassy. And a lot of you have a lot to digest also, because maybe if you want to check the news, we do not yet have a new German chancellor. So there's a lot to talk about. We'll see you at 11:15 in the next sessions.
Our next session will be The Changing Landscape of Multilateralism, Navigating Global Power Shifts. Please welcome to the stage your moderator, Soraya Sarhadi Nelson.
Is Claudia coming up, or that was it? Okay, sorry. I was misinformed. Anyway, the changing landscape of multilateralism, navigating global power shifts. That's the title of this session, which understates its importance. How can we meet the many global challenges while faced with overlapping or even existential crises made worse by political polarization and extremism, both of which are spreading? Our panelists are going to help us address these difficult challenges, including those posed by the government of one key global player, and that's the United States, which is striving to shake up the multilateral landscape. Let me introduce our panelists first. Joining us online is Maria Fernanda Espinosa, who is Executive Director of GWL Voices for Change and Inclusion. She was the 73rd President of the UN General Assembly and a former Minister of Foreign Affairs in Ecuador. Welcome, Maria. She's on the screen, by the way. She's not up here. Okay, also online is Wang Waya, or Henry Wang. Is it okay to call you Henry, I hope? Who is founder and president of the Center for China and Globalization, a think tank in China who has held several policy roles, advisory advisory roles in China. Welcome, Henry. We seem to have lost him temporarily. Hopefully he will come back. Joining me here in Berlin are Palani Matembu, who is Executive Director of the Institute for Global Dialogue. He's also the co-chair of the G20, which, as you know, plays a crucial role in developing the G20 agenda. Welcome, Palani. Now, one of my fellow Americans on this panel is Sherry Bustos, a former Democratic congresswoman from Illinois and the first woman to serve in that capacity from her district. She is currently a partner with Mercury, which is a firm specializing in public affairs and media strategy. Welcome.
Thank you.
Another partner at Mercury is Brian Lanza. He is the former communications director for President Trump's transition team and will give us some insight, hopefully, into the U.S. administration's thoughts and plans. Welcome, Brian.
Thank you very much.
And as mentioned, I'm Soraya Sarhadi Nelson. I'm a former correspondent for the American radio network NPR, and most recently, I'm the host of Common Ground Berlin podcast, which focuses on transatlantic relations. So let me start with you, Palani. What are the main obstacles you see to the key goals of the G20, currently led by South Africa? And it's the first time that an African nation has held the G20 presidency.
Well, I think the big challenges at the moment stem from, I think, are years in the making. You have a breakup in the multilateral system. We already saw that during the pandemic, and that's been building up in recent years. So that has led to less confidence in the multilateral system. But you also have key countries that are central to the multilateral system looking to review their role. So for instance, the US is reviewing its role within multilateral institutions. It's re-evaluating its role in the world, its trade agreements. That creates a degree of uncertainty. But I wouldn't want to only center it around the US, for instance. The reality is that faith in multilateral institutions is not where it should be, or is not where it was in the past. And trying to find consensus around key issues in that type of an environment creates challenges. We have a movement towards a multipolar world order. Regions are playing a much stronger role. And at times, the UN and the functions of the UN are diminishing. And the ability of the UN to play its role, I think, has a negative impact within a broader multilateral system. And this is the environment where South Africa holds the presidency of the G20. So finding consensus is quite difficult.
Well, as you know, U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio boycotted the recent Group of 20 meeting in Johannesburg, and he wrote on X, quote, "South Africa is doing very bad things, expropriating private property, using G20 to promote solidarity, equality, and sustainability." In his X post, Rubio deemed the goals that the G20 has to not be in line with the American agenda. So my question to you, or follow-up question to you, is what impact would a continued refusal by the US president and his administration to attend summits or to contribute in some way to G20 goals have on those goals? I mean, can South Africa and other G20 members mitigate that situation?
I think what's important to note is, of course, the US is an important player in global politics. But it's not the only player. We've had the experience in 2017 when Germany hosted the G20, where there were certain areas where the US administration did not necessarily agree. So it's not completely unprecedented. But what I would also say is that we should not necessarily see it as a wholesale sort of the US not at all prioritizing the G20. It's not a boycott of the G20. So yes, you had some officials, attending both the Sherpa meeting and also attending the foreign ministers meeting. But I think for South Africa, what is important is not to be drawn too much into that. You still have a range of other countries, important countries, that South Africa can continue to find consensus with. And I think South Africa has also made it quite clear that it continues to be open to engaging with the US. It's not in South Africa's interest to antagonize the US. The US has taken certain decisions towards South Africa. Some of them are clearly not based on fact. I mean, I think it's the US has an embassy in South Africa. The US has a State Department. It has various institutions that would obviously be able to present the facts to the US. But I think we also have to agree that some of the antagonism between South Africa and the US is not necessarily based on South African domestic policy. It's also based at times on South Africa's external engagements, some of which include, for instance, South Africa's case against Israel in the International Court of Justice.
Maria, what international frameworks do you see as pivotal to overcoming this political logjam and boosting multilateralism again? And how can those frameworks be reformed to bridge the divide and improve collaboration? We're not hearing you. I'm sorry. Maria, we're not hearing you. I think, while they're figuring out. Oh, there you are. Okay.
Better now?
Yes, go ahead.
Oh, okay. Okay, well, thank you all, because I think this is a very important conversation to have today. Thank you to the Global Solutions Summit first for convening us. I think I would have liked to be there in person, actually, and feel the energy of the room. But basically, I think that we are in need for global cooperation. And global cooperation has never been greater. We are living through an era of fragmentation. We're listening from my panel colleagues. And basically, we are experiencing a shift, growing multipolarity, deepening geopolitical divides, and multilateralism. It's not an abstraction. It can be translated by collective action, cooperation. And I think that multilateral institutions are not an option. In many ways, they are a solution. It is a necessity. Especially when you come from a small country like my own, like Ecuador, and yet we are surrounded by contradictions. We produce more than enough food, yet hunger is on the rise, for example. We possess cutting-edge technologies, yet inequalities grow deeper. We speak of sustainability, yet emissions break records year after year. And these are not random failures. I think this is important. They are symptoms of a global systems that are out of sync and that struggles to convert shared resources into shared well-being as well. So the challenges we face, pandemic, conflict, debt, are not isolated. They are interconnected, they're systemic, they're global. So no nation, however powerful, can solve them alone. These are human-made problems, and they demand human-made collective solutions, I would say. So multiple, yes, sorry.
So which international frameworks can help solve that, can help bridge those divides?
Well, I think that we are not in shortage of global institutions. We are not in shortage of regional integration spaces, ASEAN, CELAC, the African Union, and in the UN, which is the global universal scaffold that we have built. So basically, perhaps we will have a second round to discuss what are the specifics, how can we transform and reform this universal global institution. And I think when we speak about the UN reform, I cannot agree more that there is a trust deficit, but also there is an effectiveness impact gap there that we need to fill. And this has to go beyond cosmetic changes. It must revitalize political leadership, build accountability, put people, especially the most vulnerable, at the center of decision making. And I think that this goes beyond merging all the institutions in one, what I call this responsive shock answers to the critiques that the UN is receiving right now. So it's a major overhaul. It requires strong political leadership, strong political will, and to bring back the UN to where it belongs, which is the member states, the governments, and the co-responsibility and accountability frameworks that are perhaps more needed than ever today.
Thank you. Brian, President Trump is redefining the U.S. approach to international collaboration. Would he be receptive to what Polanyi and Maria are saying? Or what do you think is the best way for international partners to engage with the Trump administration?
Listen, I think there's a tremendous amount of distrust with President Trump and Republicans with a lot of these multinational groups. You look at the World Trade Organization, the World Health Organization. Those are two multinational groups that have actually done harm to the United States. World Trade Organization, not enforcing the trade rules have actually hurt the United States. Recently, the World Health Organization sort of passing over what took place with COVID did great harm to trust in the United States. So there's reason for mistrust to exist. I think the biggest step they can do is what she said earlier, is go back to their original mandate. They've lost their way. The UN has lost its way. The International Court threatening to put Obama in jail, threatening to put Bush in jail, threatening to put Trump. These multinational organizations are not working to the benefit of the United States. So it's not hard for Republicans, a constituent, to say there's a problem, there's no fix, we need to be done with it. I think reforms take place, but I think that the challenge you have with reforms is nobody's actually answering the real question. In Trump's view, and in some of the Republican view, a lot of these multinational organizations have become anti-Semitic. And that's a problem. And that's certainly a problem with this Republican president. It's certainly a problem with this Republican Party. And they've seen what's taken place in the UN, where they have targeted Israel, even though they were victims of a horrible attack. We've seen the International Court, target Benjamin Netanyahu, even though he's defending his country from a horrible, terrorist attack. Could you imagine, the International Court, targeting George W. Bush after September 11th? I'm sorry, we can. So this is the problem you have. And so I think the way they got to go to it is they got to probably narrow it down, use one or two groups, these organizations, and make sure that the mandates are fair and equitable, and that they're not rooted in some type of anti-Semitism that is sort of permeated at the UN. At least that's how Republicans feel.
How would the key goals of the G20 change once the U.S. takes over its presidency next year?
You know, listen, I think the challenge you have with the way President Trump sees the world is COVID changed everything, right? You know, COVID completely, mixed up politics as we've seen it. Not only in the U.S., but abroad. You've seen a lot of incumbent presidents sort of lose their presidencies. I mean, the first incumbent president to lose the presidency was Donald Trump. It was coming towards the end of COVID, there was a vaccine and he lost the presidency. I mean, COVID was very disruptive. And COVID sort of, led, a lot of countries looking inward to analyzing what are these decisions that we're making by opening up these global markets where in time of crisis, we don't have reliable partners. And I think when you sort of look at what President Trump looks downfield is he wants to have reliable partners. He doesn't want a crisis, to sort of, have everybody scatter and figure where they need to go. America's offering its vision. I think there's, if Trump's looking across the chessboard of who's across him, it's President Xi. And so President Xi has their vision, and we are on this chess game. Europe's is just a pawn in that chess match. And if you sort of look at what this administration does, it does not want to put itself vulnerable in a position to China. And I think other countries who sort of recognize it and see what that discussion point is, put themselves in a stronger position to be partners with the Americans.
Sherry, we of course have a different American viewpoint coming from you. So let me ask you, will President Trump be forced to change his approach to the G20 if the Democratic Party were to win a majority in the House of Representatives and or the Senate during the midterm U.S. elections next year?
I don't think that will impact how Donald Trump approaches much of anything. Donald Trump is what Donald Trump is. That said, let's look forward to 2026 and what is likely to happen. History would show that the Democrats will win back the majority in the House. The Republicans are in power, and in a midterm, historically, other than in recent history under George Bush, was the first George Bush, right? Second George Bush, when Republicans did not lose the majority. So what will that mean? In America, the party that's in power, and so if Democrats win back the majority, they hold every gavel. So the speaker's gavel, the speaker will be a Democrat. Every committee chair will be a Democrat. Every subcommittee chair will be a Democrat. So how that will be disruptive is there will be more oversight over the Trump administration. I think also what we're going to see in the coming months is the court cases that are pending right now. What Donald Trump is doing is unconstitutional when it comes to his executive orders and, for instance, what he's doing with the funding of USAID, with what he's doing, removing funding, changing the executive order on universities, et cetera. He does not have the right in many of those cases to do this through executive order. So as those play through court and the court has rulings, much of that is going to change also as we move forward.
Well, do the Democrats have any area of agreement with Donald Trump in terms of their concerns about the G20 and these other multilateral frameworks that are aimed at solving the world's problems?
Democrats and Republicans are united on being anti-China right now. I mean, that's something that has brought both parties together.
Well, let me bring Henry into the conversation.
Sorry, Henry, but that's the truth.
Okay, so Henry, let's get you into the hot seat here. What can we expect China's role to be in implementing or shifting G20 priorities this year and next?
Yes, thank you. I actually think that G20 is really a very important international platform to gather all the 80% of the global GDP country there. And that given that sometimes UN is not function effectively, G20 should be really a great platform to do that. And that's where I think we need to increase the frequency of global leaders meeting. I felt that really we are missing them now. For example, a number of years ago, those world leaders, I mean, even US and China, they met in APEC, they met at G20, they met at UN. So we do need more occasions for them to meet so that they have to build up some trust. Because right now I see the negative narrative is really poison both countries because if people come to China to see it, everything is still going well. I mean, China has contributed greatly to the global peace and stability. 30% of the global GDP growth. Largest peace-sending country of the P5 member countries, and also second largest donor, almost equal to US now to the UN budget, and also for the WTO and all the free trade agreement in the world. So my suggestion is that let's do several things probably to strengthen the multilateralism. First is that we have a World Bank, an IMF that is based in Washington and is really, most influenced by the US. But also we have AIB, which is a model of the World Bank. And we have, other ADB is managed by Japan and AFDB, European Development Banks. We get all these development banks together because they have less political influence than they follow similar governance rules. So I think first they need to have that to see how they're going to tackle the world deficits in infrastructure, in AI, in telecommunication and digital, everything. So that's number one. Number two, we should not stand by or waste our time to reform the international organizations like WTO, like WHO, even though US is temporarily putting their hold on that. I think one of the good examples is the CPTPP, which now UK has joined that, and European may be interested to join that. And let's get everybody to join if US is not really interested to do that right now. And China already had formed the largest free trade agreement with ASEAN, with Japan, with South Korea, with Australia and New Zealand. That's the largest free trade agreement in the world. So let's continue to push all those mechanisms that go to benefit the world. Because, for example, WTO has contributed enormously to global prosperity and stability. I mean, 1995, when WTO established, we have only 3 trillion global trade. Now we have 33, 10 times more global trade now, which is probably the bedrock of prosperity that we're having now. We complain about all those things that are happening here and there, but you look at the real fact that hundreds of billions of people being lifted out of poverty because of the globalization. Of course, globalization is not perfect, but we need to really have this multilateral dialogue. And finally, I think let's have some probably a peaceful coexistence. I see that G7 is playing a lot of a role, and then BRICS countries play a lot of a role. BRICS country now, GDP is already larger than G7 now. And so I think G20 come to the end is still the best platform. You got about 10 countries from West countries, you got about 10 countries from BRICS countries and Global South countries. It's an ideal platform. I think we need to increase the frequency of the meeting of the high-level leaders, and that's finally what makes difference is the leadership. And I think I think that's why President Trump is very encouraging. Sometimes he's less ideological. He's not saying, "Oh, we have to do a democracy versus autocracy." He's not interested in that. And then he said, "If U.S. and China works together, nothing in the world we cannot resolve." So I think we should take that kind of approach, and I hope that China can also play a big role in secure peace in Ukraine. And then U.S. already said we're not going to send troops from the U.S. It has to be European troops and non-European troops to really keep in peace for the Ukraine deal. So non-European troops could mean China, India, Brazil, South Africa. So let's work together and then let's have a bigger picture prosperity of the world in mind. Let's fighting climate change. Let's get AI in good order. Let's work under the UN umbrella. UN is not perfect, but we have to do more reform and reshape. And that's why the minds of a G20, particularly China, US, EU, the G3 has to work together and to really promote the global prosperity and stability.
So should China position itself as a foil to the US G20 plans and efforts? I mean, you talk in a very positive way about multilateralism. So I'm just wondering, would it behoove China to become the de facto G20 savior, if you will?
Well, I think now China is already probably I'm not saying savior, but defender of the global free trade now. I mean, President Trump launched a trade war, not just against China, it's against about 100 countries in the world. I mean, Japan, Korea, Canada, Mexico, even EU. I mean, every country was affected by. by the U.S. New administration now. But that's not really right. It's going to reset, going to probably remake of a global order. We cannot do that. We have to innovate. We have to upgrade and improve, enhance, not start over again and abandon what we have achieved for the last 80 years of the global system. So I think in that sense, China does play a role in terms of defending the global system. I was speaking about a week ago at the UN Security Council meeting in New York, which is convened by China. 80-some countries participated, and 30 countries representatives spoken at that Security Council area meeting. And then, most of the speakers I heard from those countries favor, multilateralism, favor open trade, and doesn't like unilateralism and, trade war. So in that sense, I think China does become a defender of the global trade system and multilateralism, and of course WTO. I mean, EU and other countries, Australia, those mid-power countries, all wants to sustain the existing order. But let's improve it, let's enlarge and enhance, but not just totally turn it down and start over again, and led by US alone. So that doesn't really work.
Thank you. Pilani, how can nations prioritize shared goals such as poverty reduction and climate action, even when those nations' immediate priorities are different? I mean, we're seeing a lot of that sort of national interest coming about right now. So how do you sort of balance the two?
Well, I tell you how we're dealing with that on the African continent. The reality is that the US has slashed about 83% of its of US aid, right? But we should not necessarily overly focus on the US. The reality is that development assistance funds going to the poorest countries in the world have been in decline over the last couple of years. Certainly the war in Ukraine has had an impact on that, impacting European budgets. If we go back to the late 80s, the countries of the OECD, Development Assistance Committee, they probably were responsible for close to 80% of the world's official development assistance. Times have changed since then. You have new players on the block, and I'm not only talking about China, we're talking about India, we're talking about the Gulf states, we're talking about countries like South Africa, which have their own development finance institutions and are quite active in their own regions. So the world has changed. And so whilst we look at perhaps these aid budgets being cut, the conversation in South Africa and in African countries is how can we build greater resilience? How can we build more self-sustainability within our own regions? So the answer for us is not heightened nationalism. The answer for us is to actually enhance regional integration. We're currently working on the African Continental Free Trade Area, essentially the largest free trade area in the world. We know that there's great potential. Currently, Africa is not trading as much with itself as it could be. So if you boost intra-Africa trade, you work on enhancing the capabilities of states within Africa, there's a lot to work with. I mean, the last point here is that if you think about Africa, for instance, many people think that the continent is a net recipient of development assistance. Many people in countries that provide aid have a misconception that their countries provide more to Africa than they're actually providing. In reality, Africa is a net exporter of finance. However, the problem is that some of that finance is leaving the continent through illicit financial flows. So if you combine the amount of development assistance with the amount of foreign direct investment that Africa receives, and you compare that with the illicit financial flows leaving the continent, the reality is that Africa is a net exporter of capital, but at times through illicit means. So if you are able to close those gaps, build up the capabilities of African states to regulate, but also, you know, the misconception is that much of that illicit financial flows is through corruption, government corruption. It is also the role of multinational corporations that look for ways to not pay, you know, their fair share of taxes. So if you can build up the capabilities of states to regulate, if you build up the capabilities and the coordination of regional economic communities in Africa, it tells you that the continent has enough resources to actually fund its development objectives. And that is how, you know, the continent is going to tackle issues of poverty. Because the reality is that most Africans are not saying we want handouts. They don't want handouts. They want trade. They want investment in infrastructure. You know, most African countries have not gone to the US begging for aid, you know, to be revisited. Instead, they're having different conversations. They might be talking with the US around trade. They might be talking with the US about what would follow the African Growth and Opportunity Act and all of that. So the conversation is about self-sustainability. And I think as a region, we are better off if we focus on building our internal capabilities, enhancing intra-Africa trade. It strengthens our position to also engage with the likes of the US, the likes of China, India, and other countries. And that's a much more sustainable model than having key elements of your government's development policies dependent on whether the US is going to provide development assistance or not, or whether European countries will provide development assistance or not.
Thank you. Brian, is there a way for the United States to balance the intensely national needs that are sort of center stage at the moment with the shared G20 goals, for example, climate justice, sustainability, things that are just not in the vocabulary of the current administration?
I don't see it. I think you saw President Trump's and Republicans' reaction when he came in the office, got out of the Paris, Paris Accord. I think those types of actions have a possibility, but they can't be something that just solely targets the United States. And that's the problem with some of these multinational agreements that come up, whether it's the Paris Accord or some of these others. It's viewed, and in the actual policy, to slow down U.S.'s growth in a particular market, and so that the others can catch up. It's a fair thing to ask, but it's not a fair thing to ask an individual country to bear the burden of India's pollution, of China's expansion of coal mines, which they are, at least during COVID recently. So, I think from that standpoint, if you want some type of agreement, it actually has to be fair, and it can't be stacked against the United States. Because, even when President Obama was president, he couldn't get something like that passed through Congress because the American people don't agree with punishing American innovation. American people don't agree with Americans being punished for wanting to expand markets. Whereas if you look at what these climate agreements does, they punish Americans. And so I think, if you're looking at something and you want to have America buy in, it can't be something that punishes them.
Sherry, from the Democratic side, are you concerned with, for example, what Palani was saying, or what Brian was even saying about sort of moving away from the U.S. as sort of being center, and focusing on self-development, that sort of thing? I mean, is the American role in the U.S., the American role in the world something that is of concern to Democrats? And is that, how do you mitigate that? Because at this point, it seems that there's a lot of opinions that I hear anyway, being on this side of the Atlantic, that you can't count on America because every 4 years it's going to be someone else who's got a radically different idea of how you do an international approach.
Yeah, it's deeply concerning. We've had discussions over the last 2 days about USAID. That's the soft power that we have exerted all over the world, and that's all changed now. And so those who are on the receiving end of USAID are trying to figure out what can they do. Is there some kind of swap that can happen? Can we give up critical minerals to get back in the good graces of the United States, et cetera? Democrats are deeply concerned about it, but it's not going to change, at least for the next couple years. As I said earlier, if Democrats do win back the majority, we're still likely not to win back the majority in the Senate, so we'll still have divided government. And this is a time of change right now. Democrats would view this as not a good time of change.
Maria, I want to go back to something that you said earlier, or you alluded to earlier, about smaller countries and how they can gain more of a say in international frameworks. I want to turn that question around to you and ask whether international bodies should be more flexible to accommodate the changing demands of more powerful countries like the US, guaranteeing their continued relevance amid those shifting global realities. If so, if that is something that should happen within that international framework, how should that happen?
Well, I've been attentively listening to the speakers, and there's so many good elements in the conversation. Number one, leaders need to meet more often, more frequently, and agree on fundamentals. I think that we need to redefine an agenda of the essentials. What are the things that unite us? Do we agree that we need to fight poverty, that poverty is bad for everyone, that we need to increase the competitiveness and the innovation capacity of our countries? Multilateralism is not about only meeting among the 193. You mentioned the G7, you mentioned the G20. We mentioned regional integration mechanisms that should be boosted. And I think a conversation between the southern countries is also much needed. We heard about the need to strengthen intra-African trade to boost installed capacities and infrastructure. I agree, we don't, from the developing countries' perspective, it's not handouts, it's about co-responsibility. It is about boosting our infrastructure capacity, our scientific capacity, our connection to artificial intelligence and cutting-edge technologies. It is about a world that is increasingly interdependent. It is about a world that has increasingly the same problems to address. When we look, for example, that in 48 hours, you can have 150% of a small island GDP dismantled because of a climate shock, for example. I mean, these are things that where we need multilateral spaces, where we need to reconcile national interest with global interdependence. And for that, leaders need to meet more often, as I said again, define an agenda of the essentials. What are the things that we agree upon? And believe me, multilateralism is working. As we speak, there is a new pandemic treaty that was recently adopted. There is a contribution of the United States, which is very good news to the International Development Association of the World Bank, of $3.2 billion for developing countries in zero interest. So, the role of the World Bank addressing the shortages of development, for example, are critical, and this has just happened. So the US is also a very important partner in the multilateral architecture. We saw the International Maritime Organization, putting $100 a ton emissions above a cap on decarbonization, agreed by consensus at the IMO. So many things are happening, are being addressed, but that doesn't mean that multilateral organizations need to be re-engineered, need to be retooled to respond to the challenges of today. And again, to reconcile national interest with global co-responsibility. And again, I think that we need to sit down and agree on an agenda of essentials, of issues where we all agree. G20 is a good space, the G7 is a good space, the UN continues to be a global platform, but a new UN, a restructured UN, an accountable and efficient UN, I think that's what we all want and need.
Henry, what would an accountable and restructured UN look like to you?
Well, I think that, just my personal thought, I think UN actually is 80 years now in history and needs some reform. The time now is very different than when we finish in the war now. But of course, what I think that G20 probably should play more role in the UN Security Council, for example. And instead of 15 country security member, let's have 20-some security member. But of course, 5 permanent members still there. But let's have the other 15, 16 as associate member, and then maybe we can see how we can reform this veto system. I mean, U.S. has used about 80, 90 times of veto since founding of the UN, and Russia has used about over 100 times, and China used only 50, 60 times, the same for UK and France. So I think maybe if we have 2/3 of G20 some security member there, and then maybe can veto a P5 veto there, and let's get a general assembly, get every country have a say, have another 2/3, and then we have double 2/3 to veto a veto, and then maybe we may have a more system that reflects the this multipolar world, because we do have a different dynamic now. But I think maybe let's start with some small. I was UN at the UN head office just about a week ago, and then I met the envoy of the AI, Deputy Secretary General of UN, which is great. I mean, things like AI, those new things, we should really get all countries work together. New areas like the climate. I mean, of course, we should also continue to work on that, and let's get improved on that and get some new progress on that. Doesn't mean we stuck there, but we should not abandon, leave out, and really has nothing to do, or go back to the fossil fuel. That's not the right way. We have a climate disaster everywhere. It's so obvious. We have the big fire in California this past summer, and so let's really work on the things together with the UN. I mean, that's the thing we have been installed there for the 80 years, and so the war is sleepwalking into more dangerous phase now if we do not have a public platform like UN, do not have a regional platform like APAC or RCEP or Continental Free Trade of Africa. Let's also strengthen those regional and the multilateral platform. And then the UN, we should really have a strong leadership. But that, again, as I said, it still boils down to the top leadership of the world. The key countries' heads has to really talk to each other and has to really communicate, rather than this. I'm the God, you come to kiss my ass. That kind of attitude. Let's be free in a more respectful, equal, and friendly manner. I mean, that's probably the best way, I think, that all the global leaders, particularly G20 leaders, should talk. And if we have that basic respect, and the world, we have so much challenge to face, AI, climate, pandemic, poverty, debt, war, that's most dangerous. We're having several wars going on. What happened in Ukraine, what happened in Gaza, and it's horrifying that the war is happening in your living room. It's no longer in the old days you don't see it, you don't care. Now it's happening in your living room. We cannot escape from that. So let's have really working together. We have moral responsibility, particularly those big countries, not only for themselves, but also for the world and for the mankind. So we have to work on that. I'm really glad that GSI, Global Solution Initiative, is taking this G20 subject. Let's emphasize that. Let's send a message to the world.
Thank you. I want to talk about another of the G20 goals, which is to eliminate global hunger. We've talked a little bit about climate justice. We've talked about war, inequality, and financial. But with global hunger, News reports say that the Trump administration's efforts to reshape American foreign aid has crippled the global system aimed at preventing and responding to famine, whether USAID or, I mean, pick your alphabet soup, as it were. Do any of you think that this US effect can be counteracted in some kind of timely way? I mean, hunger is not really something that will wait, and there is a fair amount of it going on in the African continent right now. So how does that US effect I mean, how do you bypass the systems that we're so heavily reliant upon the United States?
Well, you know, if we think about, let's say, humanitarian assistance, if we go into the UN, right, and you say, where is this being sourced? So the maize and these other products. It's quite clear that from an African side, we have an interest in saying much of it should be sourced closer to the source of where the hunger is actually taking place. So we would have an interest in actually getting more African farmers providing, you know, where there is a surplus. We would be interested, I mean, we know that Africa has the largest amount of unused arable land. So there's a huge potential there. But it's not going to be sorted only by humanitarian assistance. We need sustained solutions. I mean, the countries that are, you know, sort of participating in this forum, many of them are agricultural powers in their own right. There is a mutual interest in finding sustainable solutions, for instance, on the African continent, working together with African farmers to actually bring out the potential of that unused arable land. And I think those are the type of sustained solutions we're looking for. We're not looking to simply say, come in when there's a disaster, because then the next disaster is just around the corner. So there is a role for the state, and there is a role for state-led solutions. There is a role for development finance. There is a role for access to affordable finance to address issues like hunger. But there are also commercial interests involved where mutually beneficial relations could be forged, let's say between Africa and the Europeans, between Africa and American farmers. I mean, the geographic location of the continent is such that you're able to export both to the east and to the west, and you're able to export to the north, depending on where you're situated. I mean, South Africa has been utilizing opportunities. South Africa exports a lot of agricultural produce to the US. It exports a lot of agricultural produce to China also. So opportunities are there, you know, to tackle issues such as hunger. But we have to say, where is the role of the state and where is the role for commercial actors to also play a role? Aid has a role in terms of disasters, but the reality is that the world of aid is shifting fundamentally, you know, as you know, it's shifting right in front of our faces. Whoever comes after President Trump, the likelihood is that that's not going to be reversed very quickly. I mean, my last point is this. At times we sort of made the mistake of thinking that the first Trump administration was an anomaly, right? That it would be a temporary thing and then everything would just come back to normal. There is no normal that we're going back to. The reality is that even the multilateral system that we seek to defend, even us in the global south, we're criticizing aspects of the multilateral system. The irony now is that, you know, countries that, like the US, that played a critical role in establishing this multilateral system, the rules and so forth, they are now saying similar things about the multilateral system. Now, we might disagree with the strategies they use to remedy the complaints that they have about the multilateral system. But to see the Trump phenomenon as something that is temporary, I think we do need a reality check and understand that even beyond this current administration, the likelihood is that the US is not simply going to revert to some form of normality, whether a democratic administration or a Republican administration. Something fundamental is shifting within the US. And the world is learning to adapt, and the world should continue to learn to adapt rather than simply waiting, for some kind of normality to come back.
You speak of adaptation, and we don't unfortunately have anyone from the EU on this panel, but do any of you have any thoughts about what the EU can or should do with regards to key G20 plans that the US doesn't support, like climate justice or equality or sustainability?
Yeah, I don't see any of those things happening. I mean, climate justice, it's not even in the lexicon of Republicans. It's not any part of conversation that I've ever been a part of.
So should the EU step in and take over the role that America was playing? I mean, is that what the US is waiting for?
Listen, I think the EU has to do a lot of things, right? I mean, we talked about, hunger. The biggest thing that can happen with hunger is the end of the war in Ukraine. That is the biggest thing that can help Africa in the short term with respect to hunger. And the U.S. wants to end the war, Russia wants to extend the war, and China is helping fund the Russian war. And so, if you're looking at this from a whole, at some point you got to say to the Europeans, at least Americans, Trump voters are looking at it and say, wait a second, you're really scared of Russia going beyond Ukraine, but yet you talk about wanting to expand trade with China, which is feeding this Russian war machine that wants to expand beyond Ukraine. It's sort of a weird cycle that, at least Republican policymakers can't justify to their constituencies. And so I think the biggest thing, we need Europe to do is make a choice. If they're scared of Russia going beyond the Ukrainian borders, which appears to be their priority, they have to hold China accountable and say, how are you a good partner in this? If you're helping feed this war machine that's doing all these atrocities, that's causing the Nordics to beef up, prepare for war, there's a reason why Russia can continue going forward. If it were not for China, Russia's role in this war would be severely diminished, and the Europeans and the US would be in a much stronger position. And so, Europe needs to stand up and lead. And that's something it's chosen never to do in a long time. It's sort of like the Barack Obama policy, lead from behind, let something go. Europe's got to make the choice. It's like, do we want to be part of an economic system that in times of international crisis, they're not going to be good cooperative partners? Do we want to be part of a system when a neighbor attacks another neighbor and the international community says, no, this shouldn't happen, that China chooses the attacker and says, we side with them? I mean, I tell my European friends all the time, and I hope everybody hears it in this room, China's chosen a side. And it wasn't Europe, it was Russia. And so when they've made that decision, how does that affect everything else going forward? We haven't seen sort of Europe, at least Republicans feel, they haven't seen sort of Europe wake up and see the real threat. And that's their choice. But I think President Trump's done his part, going back to 2014 and saying this is a real threat, an economic threat. And now you look at it today, and I said it earlier, China is going through the largest military expansion in recorded history. It's okay to hit pause and say, is this a smart strategic decision for your economy to do that?
A very quick point.
Go ahead, Kalani.
So part of South Africa's G20 presidency, obviously, the Europeans have also sought to position themselves in a way of supporting, South Africa's priorities. So if you look at the just energy transition, the US pulled out of that. They had made certain commitments. There was an agreement between the US, the Europeans, and South Africa in terms of supporting South Africa's just energy transition plan. Once the US pulled out, the recent EU-South Africa summit, the Europeans did try to step up to say this remains a priority for us. So we will actually increase our financial commitments to supporting South Africa's just energy transition plan. I think the Europeans are learning, perhaps are being forced to learn the mistakes of the first Trump administration, which was to look at it as a temporary phase. And we are moving in a multipolar, in a direction of a multipolar world order. Even Secretary of State Marco Rubio mentions this and acknowledges this. And for the Europeans, it's important to understand that a multipolar world order is not against their interests. It is actually in Europe's interest to be an influential pole in a multipolar world order. So the Europeans have to learn to distinguish themselves and their role in the world. Of course, we understand the close role that the close relationship between Europe and the US historically. But I think the Europeans have to also, over time, distinguish themselves where they stand not as an extension of US interests in the world, but as representing their own interests in a changing international landscape. So they can play a key role, I think.
Well, difficult challenges lie ahead, to be sure. Unfortunately, that's about all the time we have for this panel. And I want to thank everyone on this panel so much for being here. Sherry, Brian, Pilani, and from afar, Henry and Maria. So thank you also to the audience for joining us. And that's it. That's all from here. Thank you.
Thank you. Excellent. Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks, Pilani.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you very much, Soraya, and to all of you. I'm not going to be long, so you can stay there for 20 seconds. Thanks for all the insights. Thanks for not stopping here. There's a lot to talk about. Soraya, we're going to see you back on that stage this afternoon. And to all of you, please take a few minutes to meet the young global changers outside. Don't forget to use the little coin you have on your badge. It's going to lose value today after lunch, so we will count the votes in the community awards. And please take the time to meet these people. Thank you for your time, and see you in a bit here in the forum stage or on the other sessions.
Our next session will be Reimagining Global Collaboration. Please welcome to the stage your moderator, Paul Sampson.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. My name is Paul Sampson, president of the Centre for International Governance Innovation, a think tank based in Ontario, Canada. Pleasure to be here this evening, and we're talking about reimagining global cooperation or collaboration. And I think that's exactly the right question to be asking ourselves right now in the turbulent world that we're in. It's often said, don't let a good crisis go to waste in terms of the opportunity to change things for the better. But I would say that right now in the crisis situation that we're in, you don't want it to go off the tracks either, right? So it's a crisis. There's a good opportunity to make things better, but there's also a possibility of things getting worse. And let's make sure that that doesn't happen. So we're going to talk about some bold ideas and action today. And there's nothing closer to the center of a global issue than the global environment and global climate change. So we're going to be focused on that issue. Today we've got very interesting speakers who I will introduce in a moment from Canada, from South Africa, from Brazil, and based in Brussels, but with a very global background, based originally, I think, in Madagascar. So delighted to have our speakers today. I will introduce them briefly here now. In alphabetical order is what I have here is Patricia Fuller, who is the president and CEO of the International Institute for Sustainable Development based in Canada. Welcome, Patricia. And we have Holly Ranivoz-Anani, who is Deputy Executive Director of the Africa-Europe Foundation based in Brussels. Delighted to have you here today. We have Elizabeth Sideropoulos, who's the Chief Executive Officer of the South African Institute of International Affairs, and of course also the T20 co-chair this year for South Africa. And we have Isabella Teixeira. I'm not sure if my pronunciation is very good.
Teixeira.
Teixeira.
It's perfect. Almost
Isabella
Brazilian.
Teixeira.
Perfect.
Perfect. Former Minister of Environment in Brazil and a member of the International Advisory Board of the Brazilian, of several things, I believe, and also based at the Brazilian Center for International Relations.
Yes, and also 9 Nations, DESA, Economic and Social Council, and also different hats with the same head, so it's complex.
Fantastic. So thank you for bringing all that knowledge to us today. So the way we're going to do it is I've got a specific question for each one of our panelists, and then we'll open it up to some broader questions, and you can come in as you like. Now, I mentioned that it is a tough moment in global cooperation, and we're seeing that in climate change, right? Commitments and expectations over the last few years are not on track. So the first question, I'm going to start with you, Patricia. You were heading up one of the task forces for the Think 7, and I'm going to refer to that in a moment, and I believe there's a screen that shows the results coming out of the Think 7, but we'll come back to that. So Patricia, you were one of the task force chairs, and you looked at climate change. What were your key takeaways from that or your key messages for the G7 or the broader community?
Thank you, Paul, and thank you for your leadership of the Think 7. It's been fantastic, and also thanks to Isabella Teixeira and the other co-chairs of our task force on climate, energy, and the environment. This process has been, I think, a really good one to bring together think tanks against these problems, and we can talk a little bit more later on about the role of think tanks. But our task force, I think, looked at this context that you've alluded to, Paul, and recognized that certainly it is challenging, and it's no small challenge for a relatively new Prime Minister Carney, who has to pull together a G7 summit in the course of a few weeks after taking on his new role. So the time to June is short, and let's say the positions of different G7 leaders around the table are not necessarily going to be aligned on issues like climate change. So I think the perspective that we took in the task force was to say, yes, look for areas of common ground. That's always important in strengthening the G7 and finding those areas where the G7 can be aligned. But also be cognizant that the G7 has consistently had climate change, energy as central issues of its communiques, and has addressed those issues in an integrated way, recognizing the interlinkages between climate change, energy security, and economic stability more broadly. So against that background, we said yes, look for the common ground, but also, if necessary, use approaches of what I would call optionality to make sure that the G7 does make a clear statement in line with its previous commitments around climate change, and that it clearly underlines the need for international cooperation on these challenges. So we made recommendations in the area of strengthening energy security and climate change through things like reiterating the G7's previous commitments on renewable energy and energy efficiency and fossil fuel subsidies, and strengthening international partnerships on critical minerals, which are so important for the energy transition, improving access to financing for sustainable development, recognizing that the debt crisis, which has been so much a subject of discussion here in Berlin, it's essential that the G7 send a strong message of support and international cooperation to meet that crisis. And thirdly, to advance industrial decarbonization, and including through approaches around harmonized standards for measuring GHG emissions in products and those types of things. So that's the thrust of it.
Thanks, Patricia. And I'll just I note that there was going to be something on the screen showing where you can go to find these documents that were prepared as recommendations to the G7. If you go to think7.org, you will find them. And I think at some point there will be something on the screen showing the QR code for that. So let's keep going here. And we'll turn to you, Elizabeth, next, that you're a core leader in the T20, the Think 20 that's going on, and the South African G20 preparations. So how are you planning in the T20, or more broadly, to tackle this issue of climate change? How are you going to approach it?
So, of course, we're a little behind you because the summit is only at the end of November. What we do plan, however, to do is certainly to engage with the Sherpas, the Sherpa meeting at the end of June, to present preliminary high-level recommendations. We're in the process now of going through and finalizing the various policy briefings. Of course, both in the South African G20, the official track, as well as in the T20, climate change, just energy transitions, and critical minerals are some of the priorities that South Africa has identified. In fact, I think all four of the priorities that the official track has identified have an intersect with climate change. The one is around disaster resilience. The second one is, of course, around debt sustainability, and you've already alluded to the role that climate and natural disasters play on that and the energy transition. The other one is a just energy transition partnerships, so country platforms. It's about investment also. And then the last one is around critical minerals. Those are the four priorities, the high-level priorities for South Africa. So they're all connected to the challenge of climate change. In the context of the task force on climate and just energy, which is one of the 5 task forces in the South African T20 presidency, we've identified 4 key themes under which there are a number of policy briefings that have been submitted, and also themes that we're engaging specifically with the official track on. The first one, which has become even more geopolitically interesting is the promoting sustainable and equitable critical mineral value chains. South Africa sees that also as very closely linked to industrialization and building up regional value chains. And the fact that both South Africa and many other countries on the continent have so many valuable resources for the green energy transition, and in the context of what we've seen play out in the last week as well, this is obviously critically important. And it links also to the UN panel on critical energy transition minerals that South Africa co-chaired. So we've got a group of themes focusing on critical minerals. The second one, which is also really important and is very much a topic in the finance track, is about scaling adaptation finance. The discussion in climate circles tends to be a lot on reducing emissions, on mitigation, but we know in the African context, with the possible exception of South Africa, which we recognize has a big carbon footprint, but the issue here is not about reducing your carbon, reducing your energy. It's actually about getting energy to over 600 million people on the African continent who are energy poor. But I think very importantly, it's how these countries are able to adapt, and the finance necessary for those countries to adapt, and the finance is both quality and quantity. So it's not, we keep getting caught up in the amounts, that's important, but it's also the quality, the extent to which there is concessional finance, grants, and so on. The third one is about just energy transitions. That's really important in terms of creating country and investment platforms, and that is an issue that is both in the Sherpa and the finance track, and we've identified that as critically important.
And linking to the G7.
And linking, of course, to the G7, and of course, in the context of the US pulling out of South Africa's, the contribution that it was making to the JET-P, there is also an issue there about how you fill that gap. And then lastly, of course, biodiversity, climate development nexus. We thought it was important to reflect on biodiversity as an element, because we tend to think about climate change and forget about the links with biodiversity. There's a lot of ideas, a lot of them focusing on actually implementation. How do you get from great ideas to actually doing things on the ground? And I'm hoping that we can get some really concrete, practical suggestions for the various working groups in the official track that they can find meaningful and helpful in their execution.
Super, thanks very much. And so we're going to keep going around the table here, and then I'm pre-warning you that tough questions are going to start, right? And these are the warm-up questions. Isabella, can we turn to you next? So former Environment Minister, you were part of the Think 7, you're part of the Think 20. Of course, Brazil hosted the G20 last year, so you've been very involved. What came out of Brazil's year on climate, or what are your perspectives about what happened and what worked?
Okay, thank you very much. Good afternoon for everyone. Nice to see my friends again. It was a great experience to share some thoughts and also to discuss in T7 and T20 last year. Brazil chaired T20, and also my friends Elizabeth. Nice to see you again, my dear friend. And I try to provoke here some new perspectives, because based on my experience and my understanding of what's coming, first of all, climate, we're discussing not only climate change, we're discussing climate politics in the context of the new geopolitical game in the world. This is the first point. This means that we have been discussing climate change inside United Nations, the multilateral system, and outside multilateral system. This is completely different that we have experienced in the last years. And when you go back to check all the geopolitical conditions that we had to adopt Paris agreements, all of them are over today. Okay, and I was the head of the Brazilian delegation, one of the key players of Paris Agreement negotiation. Is absolutely different. Even when we go into United Nations, even we have the role of the Secretary General, Mr. Ban Ki-moon, and UNEP, I have my friends here, and how you have the convening power to bring people together and states together, and not necessarily have this today. Okay, so it's very important to observe the dynamics of climate politics okay, around the world, and the impacts on international order and the new international cooperation system that must emerge. Because my feelings is that probably you come to discuss this or keep walking, considering like-minded blocks, plus the renewal process of multilateral systems. That's so complex, but we need to do, okay, in my experience and in my opinion. Second point, we cannot move the pieces without a clear understanding of national and regional realities. Okay, and you have wars happening in the world, so disruptive and so critical ones that impact important players on the climate agenda like European countries. That's why you have also back the expression of security. Okay, and you mentioned this, Elizabeth, and everyone's discussing this. It's also about climate security, it's about energy security, it's about food security, it's about mining security now. So it's really a different context with different adults into the room, different mindsets. And again, we are discussing development and economic and political power. Okay? Third, energy security or energy transition today is energy addition because you are adding energy source. You're not replacing. We have investments in renewable energy, huge ones, but also in fossil fuels. Okay? And this is part of the reality that we need to face, that we need to understand where we are and how we could move the pieces in the right direction together, or with difference, but together. Fourth, it's very important also to observe that we need countries in the room that could provide solutions or can provide solutions in short-term perspectives. Okay? And when you go into energy, okay, it's very interesting because we can see setbacks in the agenda based on climate and energy security and other interests, and also consider the polarization, the fragmentation of the global governance that we have today. It's not only because we are pushing some setbacks, considering some positions, considering the United States and other places. It's because we have a transformative geopolitical process in the world that we cannot fix yet, we cannot understand yet. And my feeling is not that we have resilience, we have a feeling of how to be important that we cannot manage things that we used to manage. This is real. It's very important to observe that the states, the countries, they are managing this new international order. Okay? Not private sector, not civil society. I'm sorry, but this is true. Okay? So sometimes the corporations are behind the scenes, I'm not sure, behind the curve. Okay? Waiting to understand what's happening. It's very important also to understand on the climate politics that three things must be seen. The first one, that we took decision based on electrification and decarbonization. And this is so intensive in natural resource, so intensive critical minerals. This is an emerging agenda, powerful one, and also on energy. Also, it's full dependent on technologies. Which countries have technology to provide solutions, share solutions today without geopolitical game into the room? Okay? And it's very interesting to understand this momentum of climate politics. And together with this, we have not biodiversity, Patricia, more than this, it's nature politics. Nature politics coming because it's not only about biodiversity, it's about natural resource. It's about natural capital. It's about the South. Go to low-income countries and let's think about the assets, natural assets that this country has. They have equity. Let's change the lens. When you go to financial world, we're economists. I'm not an economist. I'm a curious. God bless me. Okay. But more than this, we need to understand how the new societies that are coming have the perception versus realities. Okay, what is happening in the world. And finally, I need to provoke you, and I provoke my friends for your nap there, say, look, it's really after 35 years for Rio 92, something like this. I was too young, I remember this, okay? But if you want to come to discuss solutions that connect the dots because we go to power, which power means we generate energy, and supply chains, international trade. This is the composition. Understand these technologies. Go put this on the shoulders of nature, okay, and understand what it means. So, for me, if you want to understand something also crucial, because climate change is happening, it's not something that will happen in the future. We used to discuss something by 2100, 2007, 2050, 2004. No, it's now. Okay? And we have the new generations to convince the new generations that the future will be better than we have today. God, it's really hard. Okay? So the perception again is that you're not able to manage things. But for me, it's very important to provoke new political rooms and to try to repack, to recluster people and institutions in different ways. So when you go into solutions and energy, for example, I'm so tired of the arguments from some countries that say that you cannot have biofuels because of food security. Wake up call. Wake up call. Please check the realities. So I like to propose, and I'm proposing this, and Labette knows this, that we must discuss not energy transition, not only energy transition, but land transition. It's important to reconnect things, to bring things together. Please bring new adults, new minds into the room, new brains into the room. If not, come on, it will be the same in the future. And we need to stop moving the past. Okay, the past brings us to the present, but we must have the future in the present in such a way that we can have new problems. I'm so tired of the past. So I invite you to be provocative, and I hope that COP30 in Brazil open really new rooms, new ideas, new perspectives, shaken and movers, and to understand the importance of multilateral systems, but the importance that today the issues are so critical that we have inside and outside different contexts, different constituents to come together. If you are able to move the pieces, to understand the problems and land based on reality, I'm confident with my pragmatism that we can do better in the short-term perspective and avoid green wishing and greenlash. Not greenwashing. Greenwashing is part of the equation. But it's critical to understand, and my last comment, how think tanks must come to provide solutions. And in this case, to discuss with private sector. That's why I'm proposing an innovative networking based on our experience to come to have a network of think tanks that are able to provide knowledge and also strategic thoughts for private sector to go into action agenda and to implement things. The climate governance today not necessarily address private sector and no state members to act. And this is a big challenge. It's a really big challenge to change our minds, to change the way to approach things, and to share responsibility. And let's make better than we're doing today. I'm absolutely confident in this. And I think that I'd like to invite you, welcome to Brazil. Let's drink local and caipirinha and be happy. Thank you.
It's good to end with a caipirinha. Yes. So you've
this is like tropical agriculture with absolute traceability and supply chains, organic supply chains.
So you've raised a lot of issues, and we're going to come to that in what I think is going to be a lightning round of questions at the end. But Holly, let's turn to you now, and like you're approaching this as a bridging or even a reset between Europe and Africa. Climate change is part of that. How do you see this unfolding? How are you focusing on climate change? What's your perspective?
No, I think in those really uncertain times, we really see the Africa-Europe partnership as an opportunity to kind of step up. And obviously, I think when we look at the climate agenda, it's very much at the heart of what we've been doing. So, just coming back to what Elizabeth, you've been already mentioning a lot already in terms of energy cooperation. So that's definitely an area we're looking into with those 600 million people who still don't have access to energy, obviously, on the continent. But it's also looking at issues around clean cooking, for instance, solutions, or the green industrialization as a whole. So what we're trying to do is looking at greater alignment. And I think we need alignment in those uncertain and turbulent times. It's about, for instance, on energy, looking at the G7 Energy for Growth initiative. What does it mean within the Africa-Europe partnership and how we can engage further on that? It's also looking at the Africa-Europe Green Energy Initiative in particular. So how do we actually tap into what already exists? I think we're not here to recreate what's already there, to reset, of course, have a different approach, be very much more on what we would see as co-own, co-design, co-share type of initiative, rather than, changing the narrative and also the paradigm that has been there for a long time on the donor-recipient type of approach that we have in this Africa partnership, and really have that kind of partnership of equals. Easier said than done, obviously, but I think we're heading towards that direction. So that's the first thing. The second one, talking about, of course, the just transition. It's about transition minerals. You call it critical minerals. We'll definitely look at the transition minerals per se. And within our work as well, within the G20 presidency of South Africa, this is an issue that we're trying to push. So what we're trying to see is, because we see these are very interconnected areas and sectors, has been mentioned by Isabel, and that's very sure. So what we want to see is looking at how do we actually create a local added value, in terms of approach. How do we foster, for instance, processing, manufacturing, creating more jobs, facilitating capacity building as well on the continent? Because talking about the example on the mining industry, this has been very much driven by small-scale mining for a very long time. So how do we move at scale? How do we make sure that the benefits also stay within the continent so we create jobs and we have a more sustainable approach towards this? So this question of transition minerals is absolutely crucial. We see Latin America, in Africa, obviously. So it's not just about tapping into the resources that exist on the continent, but making sure we create that added value there. And of course, it's going to be linked towards agriculture, renewable energy, and green industries as a whole. Another issue I haven't heard yet during these past days here is something that has been underlooked for a very long time. It's actually about the oceans, water, blue economy as a whole. And this is an issue that the Africa Arab Foundation is really pushing forward. So of course, in terms of financing, and I'll come back a little bit more later about that, but it's also about the kind of local capacity and even the governance frameworks and the regulations that need to put into place to really make sure this is better regulated, and how we also have some joint positioning when we look at climate-related oceans activities. And I think that's something that has been very, maybe not put well on the agenda for a very long time, and I think now it's time to elevate that conversation. We talked a lot already about the climate adaptation, obviously key for us, looking at as well at the adaptation finance, but I think on these very questions, it's also looking at how do we look at this financing differently, because all in all, what we're talking about on the climate conversation, there is a big issue, which is, of course, the financing. Yesterday, we talked about, at the health conversation, talking about the end of ODA. Is official development assistance coming to an end? What happens to that? And it was quite funny to see in the room, there was kind of a mixed reaction. This was mostly half-half. I think we feel we need to move past ODA now, and I think that is the conversation we're having within the G20 presidency, where the Africa Foundation is the advisor on the finance track. We need to look at ways of looking at how do finance development, climate, of course, as a whole, and the whole conversation around domestic resource mobilizations is high on the agenda. So it has to be accelerated, has to be, of course, more effective. So I think countries need to work together to make sure this happens and we have the right ecosystem that is in place. We also need to look at where we can have additional source of avenues. What about illicit financial flows? Illicit financial flows in Africa, it's $100 billion US dollar a year that could be a loss. But if we manage to get that back, if there is a process to make sure that we have this amount available, this could help as well for the development issues. So this is an issue that we've been looking into. We have the MBQ report that will celebrate its 75th anniversaries. What are the terms of the recommendations? How we drive that agenda forward so we can finance for these development issues that has been there on the agenda. Taxation, I think we talked about that already also yesterday. It's big. There's sustainability relief, SDR, reforms of the international financial architecture. There's a lot to be done, but I think we also need to focus. And what we're trying to push for us is on that sustainable finance angle led by the G20 presidency of South Africa, to kind of work as well with partners, including Europe, to make sure it's high on the agenda, and we can work together to make sure we can unlock and untap this opportunity. Final thing, because we're talking about climate, I think the issues around carbon markets, it's quite important. So yes, what happens with the Paris Agreement, the operationalization of Article 6, I think that's still high. How do we make sure as well that we leverage all these carbon credit transactions, looking at, of course, the African African carbon market gold standard, but what it means within the partnership. So what I wanted to say is there are a lot of opportunities, I think, within that kind of partnership. Climate remains high on the agenda. I think it's very much about choosing somehow the battles. Finance is definitely one of them, if we want to look at all the financing gap that happens. And I think there is an opportunity within the G20 presidency of South Africa to drive that forward on the finance track and with partners.
Great, thank you. So a couple of comments just as we're setting up the final round of questions here. So I think particularly you, Isabella, and Holly spoke to the holistic nature of the climate change issue, right? That you have to look at a bunch of things at the same time, from energy to land to oceans. Obviously, are actually the biggest conveyor belts of energy and influence the climate. Critical minerals was mentioned by several of you. So there's a holistic lens that's important. At the same time, there is a new world of energy right now that we've entered, right? And there were two drivers to that. One was energy security, when conflicts have broken out and countries are like, are we secure? I mean, Europe has been heavily impacted by this. And then at the same time, new technologies coming along that are huge users and demand for energy, data centers, artificial intelligence, et cetera. So this has put a spotlight on energy. And so one of the things that's happened, of course, is the World Bank now, just last week, has been asked, can't you look at all kinds of energy, opening up nuclear, for example, right? Like funding nuclear projects, which has never been the case for the Bretton Woods institutions. Big topic in Germany, obviously, but also the coal, is it appropriate to fund coal projects? And so energy is going to be at the center of it, and it's not necessarily going in the same direction as climate change. Now, nuclear would, coal obviously wouldn't. We'll come back to financing questions and carbon markets and things maybe in a moment. But let me ask a couple of targeted questions here, and if anyone else wants to jump in, please do so. I will start with you, Patricia, on a question of the role of civil society organizations, think tanks, and others. Are they in a position to be force multipliers here by tracking progress and enhancing accountability, pushing governments beyond these commitments we keep seeing that end up not being on track? Is there a role there that we can accelerate?
Yes, of course. And I think what's so positive about the T7 and T20 processes is that we're not just doing our think tank thing as usual, but we're working together, think tanks from around the world, especially think tanks from Global North, Global South. Very important to have those strengthened relationships among ourselves, and to come with in this context of highly fragmented international relations, pressure on multilateral cooperation and governance, as we've discussed here, I would say that the role of think tanks is all the much more important to come with very practical, targeted recommendations that really reflect a breadth of perspectives from around the globe, and to support governments in being able to advance international cooperation in what is a very complex environment for all of these issues that we're talking about, to achieve international cooperation on these objectives. In particular, something as controversial as energy security. The accountability word, Paul, is one you mentioned in your question. I think that's worth just underlining in particular as far as the role of think tanks, because I think in the environmental space, while we have the Paris Agreement, we have the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework, we have all these things. We've knitted a fairly complex web, shall we say, of obligations and mechanisms for parties to report on their obligations, if we think VNRs and all these other things which governments have to do. So I think the role of think tanks is so important in just taking all of that vast amount of information and instilling it in a way that allows civil society to hold governments to account. And that sounds simple, but I think that's really important if we're to keep the pressure on for governments to meet their commitments.
Thank you. And of course, governments come and go, right, in terms of their mandates, so you have a continuity there with civil society organizations tracking things over time, and that is a very important function.
Some leaders come and go, others stay.
Some are around for a long time, or come back. So never say never. That's fair. Never say never on leadership.
Can I maybe jump in? I think you're absolutely right that we all need to come together. One thing that, for instance, we've did at the foundation, I think works quite well, but mostly on the Africa partnership, and have a sort of tracker. Head of states meet every 2 years or so with specific commitments. And I think the exercise that we've been doing is look at what are we doing. You talk about accountability, it's exactly that, but it's not it's not a walk and shame exercise. I think the idea is to say where we are, what has been achieved, so recognizing as well, being very factual about what has been done, but also saying, well, you are lagging behind on these and these things, and how we, as a think tanks, foundation, civil society, working as well with the other partners, can work towards this. So I think that kind of a independent, complementary monitoring approach is also quite important that we need to establish, and that should go maybe beyond the Africa-Europe dimension, which we're doing on our stage.
Thanks very much. Isabella, you when you spoke, you talked a little bit about the role of the land, in a way, nature-based solutions. Brazil is often thought of as a leader in many areas on renewable energy. Obviously, the Amazonia is very significant. Has Brazil figured anything out on climate change that are lessons for other countries? Like, is there something generating in Brazil right now that might be useful for people to hear?
Yes, I think that, first of all, when I approach land transition, it's not only about nature-based solutions or nature politics, but the focus is also on going natural resources and go to critical and strategic minerals, for example. Mining security, you cannot develop critical mineral supply chains without water, natural resource. This means that land has really a role, absolutely different that we have been approached the last years. And we need new constituencies to discuss this. Because if we go to electrification, it's our decision to change the world. Oh, decarbonization, land is there. It's not land that is traditional, it's nature is there. On lands and oceans. If you go to deep sea mining, it's a critical issue today. Some countries, a movement, looking forward to moving this issue that's so sensitive for nature, for biodiversity, and also for the planet. So we need a new way to approach things. We understand that we as humankind, we put pressure on nature, but you don't understand that nature put pressure on us. The extreme events is a good example. What the reaction? Nature has a different time, of course. Time is different, the political ones, etc. But the way to approach things is very different, in my opinion, after almost 40 years that we have been discussing sustainability, climate change, biodiversity, etc. We need to reframe things. That's why land transition is so provocative. We need concepts, we need limits for international new approach that will bring people together and connect things. Go into mining and check, for example, electrification. I don't need to have a car without a driver to go to California. Go to Pará in Amazon region and check what's happening today in Vale company. It's absolutely electrification without high technological development. This is the new mining coming. This is based on land. So it's impressive how we used to approach things traditionally. It's the case also of Amazon region. Amazon region, we have been working hard to tackle deforestation. I have, during my term, the lowest rates of deforestation in the history, the lowest one. And I need to, why? Because you have political will, yes, you have technology, but you need to tackle organized crime. And this is very important. The invisible things that we have around us, here in Europe, for example, who buy things. It's like transition away in fossil fuels. It's not only the producers, those oil producers, it's who buy, which countries buy it without any alternative. So my feeling is that we need to be really pragmatic, really understand where we are. If you go to Amazon region, we have political will today. The former government Brazil, in my opinion, no to tackle deforestation. Today, absolutely engaged to do this. But the complexity to come into the region with other 8 countries, we took a decision, important decision, the heads of states, okay, in 2023, we recognized the tipping point in Amazon region. Tipping point is planetary boundary. It's the first time in the history that the heads of states recognize this. It doesn't matter for the world. It didn't matter for the world. What is this? Now I'm provoking a debate, invited the scientists in Brazil for COP30 with the Amazon panel to get one more scientific panel. Why? Because they're interconnected. Okay? And you need to understand this. So nature is really something fascinating. Okay, and we are coming, we run with synthetic biology, for example. So it's really how we could come to approach and convince people that to solve our problems, that you take time. This is very important to observe. You take time, that you failed, but you also have good games, good outcomes. For example, only to illustrate, Copenhagen COP. For everyone, it was a disaster because you didn't have a formal diplomatic outcome. But it was the first time that you have a basic group. It's emerging economies together. That was so, Brazil, South Africa, India, and China, that was critical. We're critical players to achieve the outcomes in Paris Agreement. So we need to understand the new dimension, how countries are moving, and also how societies are moving. So Amazonia, we are coming with nature-based solutions, bioeconomy, G20, Brazil president, we agreed the principle of bioeconomy, but we have a huge challenge. If we go to tropical agriculture in Brazil, it's not an Amazon region. When you go to beef in Brazil, 70% of beef production in Brazil is consumed by national markets. They produce outside of Amazon region. People don't understand this. So my idea is you can open things, discuss our trade-offs, discuss the solutions that we can have in the Amazon region. But if you go to Amazon region, it's so huge. I cannot have bioeconomy without infrastructure and logistics. It's impossible. It's impossible. So if you want scalability, if you want to generate income, if you have to go into social inequality, if you go to supply chains that will connect with international trade, people will be able to pay, but not only for the cost, but to have fair prices. This is the problem that you have today when you go to deforestation. No one wants to pay for the costs that the countries have to go against things. So we need to recognize this and make sure that it takes time, but probably we can provide solutions. It's good. Let's enjoy. Why not?
Thanks very much. Thanks for putting that so concretely on the table. So 2 last very quick questions, and they're not easy ones, but if you can try to give a quick answer to this. So we need a new model at the domestic level, the national level. What about the global level, right? Is it fit for purpose now? The COP is old, it has old annexes. Do we have the right institution in place?
Well, I think it's very clear, and we've been saying it for a long time, that the institutions are no longer fit for purpose. But changing them, of course, is going to be much more difficult. We know that the history of that our past history, transformative change, happens after transformative war. And so we really don't want to be in that situation.
Transformative disruption, let's say.
Transformative disruption. And that, I suppose, is where, in the current geopolitical environment, I think countries that are committed to the multilateral system more broadly, who also recognize, but don't necessarily always agree on exactly what needs to change, actually have to get into a room and build consensus. And consensus can't be the lowest common denominator. We actually all have to be much bolder. And I fear that, I don't know whether that mindset has set in yet, about actually if those of us who are still committed to the multilateral system, to international cooperation, actually don't cross some red lines that we have put for ourselves, we're not going to go beyond this, we're not going to think out of the box on a particular issue. The multilateral system as we know it can be eroded even further. And then you have to rebuild, and rebuilding is always takes time. It's costly, and it also erodes trust even more and the social contract, because that's also critical. One of the challenges of multilateralism we haven't been able to necessarily articulate is why is it important to cooperate in the WTO? Why is it important to cooperate in the WHO? On the Paris Agreement, we haven't made that case sufficiently, because we're not able to show how it ratchets down, what the domino effect is for the person in the street, not all the time anyway. And so that, I think, is what we need to look at.
Thank you. So last question, we're coming right up against time here. So if the science is clear, if the urgency is clear, if impacts are already visible, why is it that implementation is lagging, and how do we energize that, Holly? What's your idea there?
I think we're back to the financing problem and the funding. I think there's such a big financing gap, and we need to actually step in. So I was mentioning about the innovative financing models that we need also to explore, and that needs to be backed up, I think, by the strong political will. Hence, again, also bringing, I think, all the partners together. I think that's absolutely crucial. And then the other thing, just to close on this, is actually the coordination. I think all these different initiatives that pops in different countries, at the multilateral level, bilateral level, by region, etc., they need to come together at some point. So better coordination. I love the idea of the bold ambitions. I think that's more important than ever, but more importantly, coming together. I think because it's global challenges and global purpose.
Mm-hmm. So I think we're at exactly time here. So let me thank the speakers, and I think the moderator is going to come in and kick me off the stage in 30 seconds. So big thank you to the speakers here, and obviously this is the issue of our times, and we've got to find a way forward. So thank you for your commitment to this and your energy, and we'll see you soon in other conversations. Thanks again to the speakers.
You can all stay seated. You could all join me in something that always gains you a lot of friends, which is announcing lunch and breaks. Just stick with us for 10 more seconds. You can stay seated. Thanks to all of you for these insights. Also, thanks again for not ending this conversation here. There's yet a conference day to come and a lot to be in exchange about. To you on the web streams, please make good use of this break that we're about to have in the program to be in contact with all the other participants and speakers via the digital platform. Share your thoughts at GSS2025, if you will. And to all of us here at ESMT, find yourself a stranger to talk to in the guided tours. If you haven't had the chance yet, this is the last hour to vote in the community awards to meet the young global changers. And we'll see everyone back here at 2. Thanks a lot for all of your contributions.
session will be Green Industrial Policy as a Driver of Economic Transformation. Please welcome to the stage your moderator, Eric Beinhocker.
Do we go, yeah?
Good afternoon. If we could have our panelists come join me up here on the stage. Thank you all for coming. I hope you all had a good lunch. I'm Eric Beinhocker. It's my pleasure to be moderating this panel on green industrial policy as a driver of economic transformation. And we have an outstanding group of panelists to discuss this important topic. We have Nicola Brandt, head of the OECD in Berlin. We have Patricia Fuller, President and CEO of the Institute for Sustainable Development. And we have Isabella Teixeira, former Minister of the Environment in Brazil and the Advisory Board for Brazilian Center for International Relations. Now, before I turn to our distinguished panelists for their opening remarks, I'm going to spend just a couple of minutes setting the stage a bit. Now, there's no question that we're facing some political and geopolitical headwinds in the world on this topic, especially with the change in U.S. administration. But it's also important to remember that we have some very strong economic and technological tailwinds behind us. And in fact, I would argue that these tailwinds are so strong that the clean energy revolution, I think we can even say, is unstoppable. The only question is, how fast will it go, and will it be fast enough to save the planet? And the most critical tailwind has been the huge decline in clean energy costs in wind, solar, batteries, and other clean tech. And although people are aware that these costs have come down, there's actually, it's not well understood just how fast this has happened and what it really means for the energy system. And in fact, even experts like at the International Energy Agency have misforecast these costs for decade on decade and underestimated how quickly they would come down. But the reality is these costs are actually falling exponentially, about 12% per year for solar and batteries, and following a pattern very much like the declines in costs of computers and mobile phones and things like that. In fact, there's evidence that clean tech follows a kind of Moore's law for clean energy. And just as Moore's law transformed the world in computing and other technologies, this decline in clean energy costs is transforming our world. And these costs are now going through tipping points where they have the potential to radically change energy systems. And I'll just give you one example. Pakistan has historically had a very expensive and not very well-functioning energy system. And it's about 49 gigawatts in total, of which 29 gigawatts is coal. Rest is mostly hydro and nuclear. Just last year, in 1 year alone, they imported 17 gigawatts of solar. And the year before that, they imported 8.5 gigawatts. And this was mostly very, very cheap solar that was coming in from their next-door neighbor, China. So in just 2 years, they have imported enough solar to essentially replace all of their fossil fuel electricity generation. Now, that's in theory. The practicalities of doing that will be something else. But it does show that when these prices pass a certain tipping point and when things get cheap enough, things can actually move and flip very quickly. Pakistan is also experiencing explosive growth now in batteries, electric scooters, and other things that are electrifying their economy. So the clean energy transition is no longer an economic burden to be avoided. It's now an opportunity to be seized. But there are lots of barriers to seizing this opportunity, not just for developing countries like Pakistan, but also for developed countries too. And throughout history, technology revolutions have needed government help to accelerate them and make them possible. And the energy transition is no different. The markets alone won't get us where we need to go. In particular, this is a very capital-intensive transition, so we need to mobilize lots and lots of capital, and again, particular issues with the developing world. We need to build public infrastructure, grids, EV charging stations. We need new and different supply chains. It's not realistic, politically or economically, to depend on just one country for many of these goods. And we need to support innovation in hard-to-abate sectors like steel and cement, aviation, and so on. And we also need different policies and regulations for our energy markets, which were built for fossil fuels. So in short, we need a systems approach looking across all these issues, and that brings us to our topic of industrial policy. That we need broad portfolios of policies well beyond the economist's favorite answer of carbon pricing and things like that, but policies that mobilize the whole economy to drive and accelerate this transition. Now, since this is a solutions summit, I'm now going to turn to the panel and ask, what are our solutions in green industrial policy? What's working, what's not working, and what do we have to do differently? And maybe, Nicole, I'll start with you.
Okay. Yeah, thank you very much for this very optimistic note in a world where it doesn't always look so bright, even the advancement of green technologies. What I want to, I don't know whether I have the solutions, but what I can contribute a little bit to the discussion is our research on green industrial policies and where they have been going a little bit. And there you could say, well, one point is there's a rising commitment. So 80% of the global economy is now covered by carbon neutrality pledges. And at the same time, we saw that between 2019 and 2021, green industrial policy spending was just 0.25% of GDP. So of course, industrial policy spending and subsidies is not everything, but we do believe there's a role for this to promote the development of, or the greening of industries. A point where we're also a bit concerned about is that when we look at the investment in innovation versus the investment in deployment, of course, we do need to sometimes support, let's say, nascent industries, things like hydrogen, etc. But we do see that only 6.6% of the green stimulus that we saw during the COVID crisis went to research, development, and demonstration, and so around 8% to emerging technologies. So basically, everything else goes into the deployment of already existing industries and technologies. And of course, even if you say that this is needed to scale the adoption of some technologies, it's something that, in almost every model, there will be, the optimum will be a larger share going to research and development to really reduce further the costs of green technologies. And, but I don't want to say everything is spending, right? We know that we need a mix of policy tools, and you already made the points. We need infrastructure investment. We need green public procurement. We think there's a big role for that in order to help scaling markets. Of course, carbon pricing, economically very compelling one, politically often very difficult to move forward with it. And because we're in a group also with different, with the OECD, but also Brazil, different country perspectives. Another point I would like to make that it's, I think one solution that we really need is green energy or green industrial partnerships, because sometimes we have the sources of energy, possibilities to develop green hydrogen in countries, certainly not in Germany. Germany will have to import a lot. And there are opportunities in this in terms of working together, basically having a partnership with another country where with abundance of renewable energy, and then having also a trade relationship, if they still exist. The final point I want to make is perhaps about standards and trade from a European perspective. I think in this world we have more and more geopolitical tensions. The OECD, I don't know if everybody is familiar with that, but we have the OECD guidelines for multinational enterprises, which is basically the basis for all these, I would say, corporate sustainability laws that we see in the EU, but also in other countries. And a lot came from the EU lately, and I think with all good intentions, but it's very important, and it's something we've been stressing for a long time, when we set sustainability standards, for example, in terms of environmental damage, but also, well, this is not green industrial policies, but human rights, it's very important to work together for countries and make sure that, make sure that if we see that a country already fights deforestation, you know, that we that we talk to each other and agree on what's the best way of doing it, what's the best way of measuring it. And so far, so good for my introductory remarks.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Nicola. I'll now turn to Patricia. Was the picture I presented too optimistic? Is green industrial policy working? What else do we need to do?
Well, to the extent that the cost of clean energy has been driven down by industrial policy, you could say that it's been very successful. What has yet to happen is the transition part. So we're seeing addition of clean energy to the world's energy matrix, but we're seeing less transition away from fossil fuel sources of energy, and hence we don't see emissions coming down as quickly as needs to happen. And so that's the hard part of the energy transition. You could argue that the easier part is the addition of clean energy to the matrix. And it's where, as you said, Eric, there is a role for government, because this is a systemic transition that we need to make, and so there is certainly a role for government. It's not so long ago that industrial policy was very much out of fashion, almost a bad word, right? And there was a reason for that, because governments generally didn't do it well. And green industrial policy is still industrial policy. So one has to recognize it is hard to do it well. And in particular, it can be what is good for one country is bad for another. That's why we have, you know, the rules around subsidies in the WTO and so forth. So you know, we've talked at the summit about a world tending to my country first. Well, that's what we need to watch out for in green industrial policy. And again, it was not very long ago we were worried about the IRA sucking all of the investment in clean energies into the United States. So now the U.S. is pursuing a different kind of industrial policy through tariffs, one could say. But certainly that point is still relevant. That if it comes down to the countries with the deepest pockets that are able to implement green industrial policies, then we don't have a good outcome for many countries. And so what we need to be, I think, thinking about is, as countries pursue in green industrial policies, that they are also at the same time working to make value addition possible in developing countries through things like, you know, cooperation on CBAMs, the border carbon adjustments, making those transparent and harmonized and fair and so on, and also working to resolve this cost of capital issue, which is so much an impediment to investment in clean energy in developing countries where the cost of capital is very high. So.
Excellent. Well, that's a great transition to you, Isabella. Well, you've been in government. You've been responsible for these things. So can governments do green industrial policy well? And how can it work in countries that don't have the deep fiscal pockets of a US or EU, and countries that need to attract external capital?
Okay, thank you very much. Again, good afternoon for everyone. I know Brazil has a particular experience because you have energy mix based on renewable energy. Electric mix, our electric mix is 92% based on renewable. Okay, so if you want to discuss in industry, we have, based on the energy, you have a green industry in Brazil. Stop. But you don't want to pay the price for this when you go to international trade, for example. So we need to really frame things in different ways. Okay, and the big challenge for my country is how we keep walking green in energy and going together as an oil producer, a big one, and also make sure that energy security is a critical issue for us. Okay. Second, when you go to green industry, it's not only energy. Okay, you must have natural resource part of the supply chains and understand what green means. Okay, so in the past, industry policy, political industry, industrial policies means that you can have supply chains without considering the cost or the scarcity of natural resource. And today it's a reality. Okay, in the last 50 years, we raised more than 6 times the consumption of natural resource globally, and the scenarios show that around 6% in the next 20 years, and means that don't have natural resources to address the demands of supply chains and also business and industrial development around the world. When we go into climate change, we are fully dependent on electrification, decarbonization, green technology, absolutely intensive in energy and natural resource. Okay, so climate politics comes together with nature politics, not necessarily go to industry or consider green industry, because we need to understand the role of nature in not only biodiversity, but nature, natural resource, and how technology appropriates this. The other side of the coin is the geopolitical game. And geopolitics is part of the equation of power. But what's power today in this age? Means energy, okay, political power means energy, means supply chains, means technologies, means international trade. And you have the crisis of multilateral system to discuss green policy. So I understand that it would be very useful to know more about the bilateral and trilateral cooperations and how we can share interests if you don't have alternatives, for example. European countries don't have alternatives in critical minerals. We are not critical players on this. We don't have the assets. We need to cooperate, okay? And we need to cooperate in different ways. And this means that we need to come bilaterally, trilaterally to understand how we can share interests, and this is based also in green industry. So my understanding, based on my experience, is that we need to figure out things in different ways. If you keep walking, as we have been walking the last 40 years, again, you have trade-offs in short-term perspective, put the pressure on, consider geopolitical game. If you go into climate politics, we are discussing this outside multilateral systems. Like-minded blocks means this, G7, okay, G20, BRICS plus, okay, and compare the GDP of BRICS plus with G7. It's bigger. It's bigger. Compare the assets of BRICS plus countries with the G7s. You talk about credit carbon, I discuss with you carbon assets, because I have carbon assets. So we need to understand that things are changing, and I used to say that the world is updating. It's to upload things and download things, okay. But more than this, if you go into the solutions, and this is very important to observe, and you need solutions, which countries could come to provide solutions in short-term perspective, based on which agreements? And we have the polarized situations with China, India, Brazil, another one, United States, okay, part of the game. But to be pragmatic, to come together, to make sure the industry, and this is really critical because you have really well-structured supply chains that demands a lot and could make this difference. If you want to understand industries as a strategic pillar to change things, okay, it's not only the land and the raw materials, etc., but to understand how cannot more than add value, but understand how society must come together. And trade is critical for this. My last comment is say, in Brazil, you have now these public policies that the government took decision to play, considering new industry green policies, the ecological transformation plan for our economy, again, tackling deforestation, But what's key in this process now is the National Development Bank. You have a powerful development bank, national ones. We are 6 times bigger than IDB, okay? And our operations now, we finance 25% of our operations to finance industry is based on the green industry. So this is how we can have some good tools to come together, World Bank or BRICS banks, etc., to promote investments and to provide international cooperation and solidarity with countries that need this. This could make the difference. In my country, it start doing, okay? But I understand that we need to remove barriers in short-term perspective and to make sure, and for this, we need really to have bilateral cooperation. My last comment, this moment is critical for Europe to come together with Brazil and vice versa. If you check the agreement, the bilateral cooperation that we have with China, we understand what I'm saying. Back to you.
Thank you as well. You raised the topic of cooperation, and probably an area where cooperation is most desperately needed is on moving capital, particularly to emerging economies for this transition. As the CEO of E.ON said yesterday, fossil fuel systems eat fossil fuels, clean energy eats capital. These are very capital-intensive transitions. I think we seem to be failing in that at the moment. The capital flows to the developing world are not adequate for that. And there's issues with, already high debt levels. Do we need debt relief to create more space, for more investment in clean energy and resilience and so on? And the politics of all that intersects with the broader geopolitics going on right now. So what's your view on where we stand on that issue? What can we do to mobilize capital to these actually economically positive, economically productive projects?
Well, I think we've heard a number of voices in this session talking about some solutions around cost of capital. I mean, one that I've heard a couple of times in these days, these 2 days, has been looking at the credit rating agencies and how those assessments are disfavoring emerging economies in a way that should be addressed. So that's one solution that's been referenced. And then, of course, reforms around the multilateral development banks and having a better approach to mobilizing private capital by being really more focused and deliberate around what is the role of MDBs, public finance, where it's most needed, and how is it leveraged the best to bring in private sector capital. But it's not just around the cost of capital and availability. It is also around the environment for these projects to be successful in the domestic policy environment in particular. And I think that's why the joint energy transition partnerships have held a lot of promise. I think there's still a lot of work to do to make those work, but I'm generally getting the sense that there's a view that this is an effective approach in the sense that it brings together all of the players in a forum which is very much driven by the national government to have those conversations around what needs to happen, both around policies in those domestic spaces as well as who is going to put the capital in a way that can break through some of these barriers. So I think whether it's JETPs or country platforms, that is one element of the solution that needs to be supported. The G7 played an important role in the start of those, so it needs to continue to play that role and needs to work effectively with the G20 to make these kinds of solutions move forward.
Excellent. Nicola, any thoughts on moving capital and how we shift from this kind of more project traditional MDB approach to more of an economic transformation approach?
I think you already made the points, right? It's a question about really being more, working together even for different MDBs to make sure that the way this green transition is financed is really used best in order to leverage private funding. And of course, the policy environment in some emerging or developing countries is an issue, but the partnerships or the green transition partnerships, energy transition partnerships hold a lot of promise here. And if I may, just to add what Isabella said, it's really true. It's a very difficult world, of course, and industrial policies hold their own issues in terms of trade and competition, but for any issue, but perhaps more than any other issue, the green transition, countries depend very much on each other in terms of raw materials, etc., but also technologies. And it's important to recognize that, to see the potential sometimes of nature, sometimes of renewable energy abundance, and build partnerships around that. And then the money will flow, I think.
Excellent. Now, this is my last question for the panel, and I'm going to shortly turn it over to all of you. So please start preparing your challenging questions. I want to pick up on something Isabella said, which she talked about the politics of green industrial policy. One thing I'm noting in my own home country, as you can tell by my accent, the US, is the politics of climate change and the politics of clean energy and industrial policy are not the same. So the politics of climate change has gotten very wrapped up in the culture wars, and what you believe depends on which tribe you're a part of. Whereas the politics of clean energy and industrial policy tend to be more, interest group politics, interest in states and regions and different industries and consumers and so on. So we're seeing in the US, even though big reversals on climate policy, we had, I think it was 7 Republican senators writing to hang on to some of the IRA subsidies because they're benefiting their states. So a question for you is, can, even as we continue to try to fight all the good fights on climate change, can we use green industrial policy, not necessarily for a kind of green populism, but certainly to have policies that are popular and generate broad-based electoral support? Who would like to?
Okay, I can try to answer, but I'd like to remember you. 1 week ago, we have the spring meetings in Washington discussing finance. Okay, and guys, nobody's discussing climate change. I'm sorry. Our bubble, we are discussing, but around the world, I have been in different meetings. Really, we have a new geopolitical conditions in the room. And this is very important to be observed. Okay, it's impressive that we have some authorities that 2 years ago used to discuss green and now avoid to mention this. Okay, and this is really impactful considering the problems that we have and how industry is critical to move the needle faster or not. Because this well-structured considered development and trade-offs on short-term perspectives. My first point. The second point, okay, you have scarcity of natural resources that will impact the supply chains. And you have also something new in the scenarios, because climate change is not something that will happen, this is happening. So climate risks, we don't know yet how this will impact the financial flows and also the cost of money considering the international financial system. Okay? And so this will land on the supply chains, of course, and the economy, economic growth, and also geopolitical power. And industry is absolutely critical for this. Okay? It's easy, you can illustrate this in different ways. You can go, for example, as solutions for aviation and go into sustainable fuels, agricultural fuels, and the barriers that you have today to discuss this. And tell me, which companies that produce aircraft have technology today to produce new aircraft without fossil fuels. Brazilian company, Embraer, that's so powerful, has. Okay, so this is, how would you like to attend the demands of sustainable fuels for Chinese aviation or for Europe aviation? Check what's happened. This is the rule. How industry will come to say, we want to address this in this way or not. So to be pragmatic and to understand, we always understand this in Brazil, that climate agenda is a development agenda. We're discussing development, how we should develop this age or this century based having nature as really a critical partner. It's not someone that I can ignore or something, no, this is not important. No. And also how the countries will come together to provide development solutions. And that's why private sector is so important. And my last comment. The international governance on climate change that you have today is not prepared to manage non-state actors. We are prepared to manage in our governance state actors. But you go into the regulations and go the role to metrics to understand how you go to have the private sector and non-state members together in action agenda, that this is the critical branch of COP30 now, because you have negotiation state members and non-state members coming with responsibilities to manage solutions. Are you prepared to discuss global governance and new governance in the crisis of multilateral system, of international cooperation with new international order, emerging new international order, and also this fragmentation of the international cooperation system? How would you like to invite the private sector to say, I trust you? So be prepared for a transition. This is transition, but I do believe that industry will be absolutely critical to connect the dots and make sure if we have shortcuts or not. So let's do it because we're very fascinating the next 5 or 10 years. I hope so.
Big challenges. Thoughts on how we create a durable political support behind these policies?
Well, I mean, one would hope that clean air would be a good way to have green policies be popular, and many other benefits of renewable energy. But it's true that we are seeing backlash against clean energy policies, and I think the bottom line, it's pretty clear, it needs to help with affordability. And we know it will in the medium long term. You started us off with the data around the cost declines in clean energy, and we know in the majority of cases renewable energy options are the cheaper option for electricity generation around the world. But there is that high cost of capital at the front end, and this is the hard part of transition. That in the shorter term, we're seeing in some situations implementing these policies leads to higher prices in the short term, and so I think what's clear is that's the part that governments need to navigate through and need to do it in a way that households are particularly lower income households are protected from those short-term price increases.
Thanks. Some final thoughts on this topic from you, Nicola, before I turn it over to our audience? Yeah.
Well, one point is really, as you said, showing the opportunities, perhaps less, because the US example is still a lot about subsidies, but of course also economics, nascent economic successes. So that's important. If you see that, then, politics can come in, or policies can come in to promote it. Certainly very important to cushion the transition costs in terms of affordability. But I think another point is really skills. There will be skills shortages in the new greener industries, and also it will not be easy for everybody to adjust. So good green industrial policy comes also with reskilling policies, and that's important. Then people can see the opportunities, and you build a constituency.
Yeah, like any transition, there will be winners and losers, and we need to help the winners push this along, but also not forget people who feel like they're being left out. Excellent. Over to all of you. If you have a question, I'd please ask for questions rather than speeches. So a succinct question for our distinguished panel. Just raise your hand and a microphone will come to you. Gentleman over here. And I'm going to take, say, 3 questions and then turn it to the panel.
First of all, I would really thankful to Isabella. I have rarely seen a speaker who is speaking very honestly on the global issues, particularly related with energy. So my main question is around clean energy. I think today, when we are speaking, we are getting around terawatts of clean energy input in our energy market. So when that time will come, when we really think about the planet and we will really work about the betterment of planet, because when we have already got terawatts of energy from clean sources, and we are still using the same amount of fossil fuels on the planet. So when that time actually will arise, when we really think that fossil fuels is not really a useful or maybe a clean usefulness of planet, so just a curiosity, would it be when it would be saturated from the planet? Thank you.
Thank you. Next question. Yes, this gentleman over here.
I'm Sall from the University of Cologne. My question is to know, clean energy seems, from the discussion, to focus very much on avoiding emissions. It seems that the other pieces of ecological flourishing are missing. Like, what do we do when we displace or destroy biodiversity on the construction sites of clean energy infrastructure? And also, how do we address issues of injustices like displacing local communities where the clean infrastructure has to be built? Thank you.
Thank you. One more question?
This man here.
Oh, I'm sorry, couldn't see you, sir. Yep, down there.
Thank you so much. Just a quick one. You mentioned the role of the private sector, and my question is if you can kindly elaborate a bit further on the role of the private sector in managing the transition.
Excellent. Thank you. So a variety of questions. I'll let you each pick which ones you want to address, but we had some questions about the additionality versus transition of fossil fuels, and are we actually going to eliminate fossil fuels, not just build more clean energy? The question about we have to look at the whole ecological life cycle and the impact of these things, and also justice issues, and critically the role of the private sector. So why don't I start with you, Nicola, and you can try and address all 3 very briefly, or pick one.
Yeah, I think the one about the way I understand it was about, the broader life cycle issues or biodiversity. I think that's very important. Biodiversity is our, next big or current big challenge, but perhaps it doesn't get all that much attention as climate policies. And of course, there can be injustices when displacing local communities. It's very important to think these things together and to take them into account. It doesn't make the task always easier, but sometimes there can be, these goals can be in harmony. For example, if we are moving more to a circular economy, there can be a lot of CO2 emissions avoided, and at the same time, we can be friendlier to nature in general. And then the injustices, it's something of course to address through local and also international policies. I was talking about these international standards, how multinational enterprises should behave along there, how they should make sure that there are some safeguards, compliance along their supply chains. not easy to implement, but yet another issues where country will have to work together to make sure that they find the best solution. But sometimes there are trade-offs. I think there's simply trade-offs there where we will need to make a decision about whether we want another, wind turbine and endanger some birds, or how we find the right balance.
And on this ecological footprint, I'll just add that there's no energy sources that are zero footprint, so that's just not possible. But very good life cycle analyses showing that these technologies, their footprints, even though they require mining and minerals and other things, still orders of magnitude less than the footprints that fossil fuels are leaving. And there's room to improve the footprints of these technologies.
That's exactly the point I wanted to make, that when we talk about choices and if there's debates about adding fossil fuel supply, that implies also a major impact in terms of pipelines, refineries, all of that, even without considering the climate impact. So you do have to put that on the table, and it's, I think, important in the conversation around clean energy to bring that forward, and also to bring forward the question of fossil fuel subsidies. We've talked about how clean energy is more competitive, but that's even in a context where, in fact, fossil fuels are still supported by significant subsidies. So to the point about the question of when do we get to a point of moving away from fossil fuels, certainly a big part of that is to remove subsidies that are supporting fossil fuels. Again, not easy to do, particularly if they're on consumption, but important to do. And in all of this is where it comes to the role of government, setting standards for things like environmental and social impact, and the need to consult with local communities and all of that. So to the question of the role of the private sector has got to be the driver of these investments, but it needs to be in a context where there's a good policy framework, good standards that hold companies to account and ensure that environmental impacts are minimized, and that communities have a strong stake in these projects and participate positively.
Excellent, thanks. Well, we're almost out of time, but I'm going to give you the last word as well. You've got about 1 minute.
I wanted to observe that you have a really a special momentum today in the world when you go to climate politics and the geopolitical game in nature politics. And it's important that we need to manage better the trade-offs considering short-term perspective. This means which countries could provide solutions and consider the basis to provide solutions. And this is very important for the private sector engagement. Okay. Second, we cannot forget that peace is back as a powerful asset for investments. Okay, and how the costs for the weapons, etc., will impact the global financial is impacting. It also will keep impacting the costs, the economy in the world. Third, I think that private sector has responsibility to be engaged, but private sector needs really clear regulatory arrangements and also tools, and make sure that they have be profitable, and the capex they can pay for this. This is based on reality. This is business model, okay? And you need to change because of risks, and also you need to understand how the public concessions models must change. In my country, that we have renewable energy and the interlinked national electric system. All the private investments and private concessions, you don't dare to have the contracts. Don't necessarily we frame the climate risks because they are old ones. And the climate risk is present today with extreme events. So it means additional costs. So, and also my last comment is that we are in the moment of the world, we are adding energy. You are right. It's energy addition. It's not energy transition. You're not replacing an energy source. Mm-hmm. Go to India. We'll have more than 1.5 billion people, and we have people without accessing energy. Access energy has a social cost, not only environmental cost. Okay, so we need to frame things based on the reality. We have been discussing climate change the last 40 years. Good. But frame this based on the reality of the world today, and we need probably to come together to understand energy addition, not only because we have technological demands for energy, because we have population growth, but because the world is warming, the temperature is raised, so we need cooling, okay? And 90% of the additional demand of energy last year based on the extreme events. So we need to check this. We need to understand where we are, and come to saying, okay, climate solutions must be part of this, but probably this transition is also for climate solutions, because we need to face the reality, and the reality is not only because of the geopolitical conditions of some countries, but because the world changed. As simple as that. Everything's changed, and we need to change our mindset to tackle climate change.
Excellent. Well, we are out of time. I'm not going to even attempt to summarize this wide-ranging discussion, but just close us saying, we know we need a transition, but the good news is we know some things, at least, that are working, and some policies that are helping that. So let's do more of what works. Let's all thank our distinguished panel, and then there'll be a short break before the next session. Thank you very much.
Please welcome to the stage your moderator, Soraya Sarhadi Nelson.
Greetings, everybody. Welcome to this important fireside chat where we're going to be talking about security and how it impacts global cooperation, democratic resilience, and sustainable development. I'd like to introduce our featured speaker today, Valbona Zanelli. As she comes up here, I'll tell you a little bit about her. She's a senior fellow for peace, security, and defense at Friends of Europe, and a non-resident senior fellow at the Atlantic Council of the United States. From 2011 until 2023, she chaired strategic initiatives at the George C. Marshall European Center for Security Studies. And Val is also a professor of national security and geoeconomics at the NATO School and European University Institute, among others. Welcome, Val.
Well, thank you very much, Soraya, for this invitation.
Great. So to start us off, what are the global security issues that are having the most impact on democratic resilience and sustainable development at the moment?
Well, thank you for that question. It's so important. I think we stand today at an inflection point between a fading area of stability that we have seen for decades and a dangerous age of disruption, I'll call it, which is broad in scope and nature too. I think, as we have seen, and the conversations here today have focused on those arguments, that Europe's periphery has turned from a ring of friends into a ring of fire. We face strategic competition with a revisionist Russia. We have a military, economically, and technologically advanced China, which is both are wanting to reshape or disrupt, as in the case of Russia, the international order. Terrorism continues to threaten our people. I think disruptive challenges are changing, actually, through the emerging technologies, are changing the nature of competition and also confrontation and conflict. So all those digital transformations are changing the way that we view security. Trade wars are challenging, I would say, future growth, economic growth and prosperity and development. So climate change was mentioned more times, energy transitions. There's a long list, I would say, of challenges that we're seeing nowadays. And I believe, as you pointed out in your question, I think it's only through resilience, which has to be comprehensive and forward-looking resilience, then we can keep going and enjoy the freedoms, human rights, and prosperity that we have seen over the last few decades.
Well, there are certainly some countries that have a different view of freedom at the moment. So, and I'm referring to my country of the United States. Do tariffs and other elements of Donald Trump's America First approach provide a new economic rationale for decoupling European security dependencies from Washington? And if so, is that decoupling even achievable?
Well, this is a great question, especially in the context of today's, geopolitical chaos, I will call it. Well, first, let's put that into perspective. I believe that the United States and European Union, Europe more in generally, have maintained long, prosperous, a very strong relationship. And we should not forget that this is, in terms of business, it's worth $9.5 trillion annually. So that is very important. More importantly, that was based on values, human rights, and standards. And I think that's where the challenge stands for the future. Just to put that in the context, only trade, it's around $1.6 trillion a year between the United States and Europe, which means it's $4.4 billion daily. So that shows the extent and the importance of our transatlantic relationship. But most importantly are the investments, because when it comes to exports, investments and sales of U.S. foreign affiliates in Europe are 4 times the U.S. exports in Europe. And when it comes to European exports to the United States, that's much lower than the sales from the foreign affiliates there. So let's put in the context of the importance of the economic relationship. You mentioned and you asked about President Trump's tariffs. I think tariffs are being viewed as a tool for 3 purposes. First, for negotiation, Second, could be used as a punitive tool towards countries. And third, as a macroeconomic tool. And, it have to do, the objectives are leveling the playing field in trade. There was a lot of conversation even today during the summit about that. Limit the flow of migration and fentanyl, but also increase government revenues and also stimulate domestic production in the United States. And I think that's an issue not only for the United States, but that's an issue also for Europe. And only, in terms of numbers in the United States, only, 10% of the manufacturing happens actually in the country of the needs. So putting that into the perspective. So you asked the question if the Europeans should think about decoupling economically and from the security perspective. Absolutely. And I think, we should the Europeans should consider and plan through and be game on what could be the future. And I think just walking this idea, even if it's just a tabletop exercise, I think it will be very important to have strategic thinking for the future and see, how we can increase not only strategic autonomy, but also sovereignty of the European Union. But also, on the second part is that I think this exercise will be important also to understand what's at stake. So, my response then will be that decoupling will not be possible. We should think about decoupling, be ready, have a strategic perspective on that. But that's why I mentioned that, that the economic relations between the US and Europe, and it shows the importance. So I think it will be a bad idea, even if it's in the short term, but we need to be prepared on that, and Europe needs to learn to play the long game and think throughout that long game. In the meantime, I think we should take some strategic pause and see, what can we do in the future in order to strengthen those economic relations, because at the end of the day, that's what's important for people on both sides of the Atlantic.
So let's just pivot a moment, like America always likes to do, and talk about China. What role should or could China play in realigning those transatlantic dependencies? I mean, are there other G20 members or non-G20 members for that matter, who could step in for the US?
So, if you're asking about China, I think quite simple. I think China should not be allowed to have any special consideration when it comes to transatlantic relations. That does not mean that we should not continue and have negotiations with China. But if you consider the turbulence in transatlantic relations, I don't think China should be allowed a role on that, or like Russia, that they're standing and watching what's happening in the turmoil in the transatlantic relationship. Because I think we have to accept that. We know the predatory trade practices that we have seen over the last 3-4 decades, but also, in terms of diplomacy. So that's well known. I think, the Americans, more than the Europeans at the very beginning, were very naive about globalization and who will be the winners and losers of globalization. And so I think that it's important to continue the conversation with China. It's a very important trade partner. It's the biggest import partner for the European Union. It's about around 21% of imports that come to Europe. However, when we negotiate, I believe, with China, we should keep in mind and focus on things that are on our favor as Europeans, or as in the transatlantic community, and actually go with our eyes wide open on what we want to achieve, have clear objectives, and how they will be achieved and how much they will be implemented.
So are there other non-G20 members or other G20 members that Europe should be pivoting?
I think, that's why how Europe can increase its own bargaining power by collaborating with other members, that are very important in the global economy, India and other G20 members. I will say that actually, one of the reasons why, tariffs, there was a U-turn or a moratorium on the tariffs recently, because most of the countries in the world, they want to continue to have free trade. So actually, collaborating with more countries will increase the bargaining power of Europe. When it comes specifically on China, I will say that The policies of Europe towards China will depend on four main geopolitical trends that we're seeing. The first one will be the US-China trade war and how that oil rivalry, how that will, will play out. I think the second, it was mentioned today during the conversations, it's also Russia's war of aggression in Ukraine and, the Chinese support on that war. And that was an eye-opener, I think, for a lot of Europeans. The third one will be the Chinese economic competitiveness and how that plays in the overall EU competitiveness. And then the last one will really be US engagement globally, but most importantly for the Europeans, what will be the role of the US also as a security, from the security perspective, as a guarantor in Europe.
Well, one of the interesting things that's come out of Ukraine recently, or I should say the US-Ukraine relationship, is this new US-Ukraine mineral deal, which establishes a joint investment fund for the reconstruction of Ukraine. While it doesn't include this demand that Ukraine pay back $500 billion in aid that have been provided so far, it does, and that's something that President Trump had called for, it does give the United States access to future mineral resources on competitive terms. So does this quid pro quo approach to helping out our partners security-wise, is that going to define how global security cooperation looks in the future?
Well, talking about global security cooperation, let me start with this, that I think on Ukraine and what we have seen, the second invasion of Ukraine more than 2 years ago now from Russia, I think we all have some responsibility and we should be ashamed, I believe, of not being better prepared to anticipate Russia's move on Ukraine. And I think this is, again, it's blissful ignorance, I think, on the Western side, and it's wishful thinking on our side that we don't behave like aggressors. That means that we do not do the scenarios and the planning, what happens if, authoritarian regimes such as the Russian one will act like they did. So I think, I could go on and mention the Budapest Memorandum and what are the responsibilities of countries out of that. But going back to the mineral agreement that was signed between the US and Ukraine, I think that after few months of uncertainties, also what was going to happen with the new administration when it came to Ukraine, I view it as a positive step, as a baby step, as a positive, first step towards, I would say, a normalization of relations also between the United States and Ukraine after some turmoil that we had seen over the last few weeks. I think that deal will bring the United States and Ukraine into better alignment, because the deal also emphasizes the shared goals of resource development, the establishment of this joint fund, but also it's a very important point there in that deal which has to do with Ukraine's future reconstruction. So I see that deal more as as U.S. starting, or the new administration starting to support more Ukraine. And also the new information that we have seen over the last few days, that, there might be more sanctions on Russia. It looks like this idea of Kissinger in reverse into having better, cooperation or better relations with Russia in order to, divide Russia and China is not working out. So in my opinion, it still remains to be seen, but I think it was a first good positive step in the right direction.
Well, it sort of has the Trump administration invested in Ukraine doing well, because if they want to have these resources, there has to be a Ukraine.
I believe so. I think it's more of a commitment part, because for the resources to really be used, it will take years. And I think it's a security guarantee in order, if the U.S. is really, responsible, will be there, having 50% of the shares of those resources. I see that more as a security guarantee towards Ukraine.
Great. So how are G20 goals like sustainable multilateralism, climate justice, and elimination of hunger achievable, especially with the United States poised to take over a G20 presidency?
We had a lot of conversations today, so I don't want to repeat, what other speakers.
No, but if we look at it from a security lens.
From a security perspective, I think if we don't have the right leadership, they are not achievable. And I think that, as we discussed today, we all knew that multinational institutions, there had to be reforms on those institutions, be that on WTO, be that, IMF, or I think their things are going much better. And the support that the US gave to the IMF, I think it's positive in the right direction also for other multinational, multilateral institutions. But I think it all goes back to the issue of leadership. And then I've been amazed in these last 2 days that a lot of young leaders are coming actually from G20 countries. A lot of young leaders from Africa, from Asia, fewer from Europe. So I think that in Europe we have taken for a long time too many things for granted. And I see more leadership coming with new ideas. We need new ideas. I mean, the things that those institutions that were built more than decades ago are not working in the current situation. So I believe that there might be some more impetus for some big changes that could, bring to resolve our problems. But it's a different, I think, we need to see those things differently. I think the narrative has to be different. It has to be seen as, win-win solutions and not like it has been seen in the past. But I think it belongs to the young leaders, and civil society institutions, organizations will have a much bigger role than in the past in order to drive reform and push through reforms of those institutions.
Any closing thoughts on global security impacts on multilateralism and how we best address it?
Well, I think, we should not forget, what people are caring about. And people are caring about, their well-being, their prosperity. And we need to find the ways to, to look at those questions and issues. We're discussing a lot about the United States, and one point that I did not mention when it comes to all this new America First trade policy has to do with the fact that is visible in the United States, the big inequalities. And those inequalities are not seen only in the US, they are seen inside countries' inequalities. And those are, I think, are not measured directly by the GDP growth rates. I think we need to find other, indicators to really measure how economic growth is actually going to families, average families, how they are impacted by that. So I think the biggest issue for the future will be the issue of inequality, not only in developing countries, but also in developed ones. And I think that, we must have a much broader, comprehensive view on security, because all the things that you mentioned, from human to climate and everything, they're all connected and they affect our well-being and our prosperity. So I think that's the point of view that we need to look at. And then maybe I have a point regarding, the transatlantic, coordination, which I think it's very important for the future of those multilateral institutions. I think that we should not really, we should make good use of a crisis. And it was mentioned more times today. I believe that even when it comes to a potential agreement on tariffs between the United States and the European Union, maybe we'll not have a zero tariffs agreement. It looks like there's no buy-in on both sides, not only in the United States. But I think that some of the negotiations might go into what we call non-tariff barriers. And of course, that will be especially in the digital sphere, where there's a big appetite also of the American companies to come to the European market. It's a paradox that if those non-tariff barriers will be reduced for US companies, actually it will be positive also for the internal companies in the EU market, because those non-tariff barriers make up a cost that, if we translate it into tariffs, will be around 40%. So this is a tariff that we have put on ourselves, and that's all what also the Draghi report, Mario Draghi's report, talks about competitiveness. I think that Europe has all the tools to use inside our institutions in order to increase the European competitiveness, which I believe will be a question for the future.
Great. Well, thank you so much, Val. This has been a very informative conversation.
Well, thank you very much, and I'm really delighted. It was an honor for me to be here, and I thank the Global Solutions team.
Great. So we're going to take a break now, and then there will be another panel following on. So thank you very much for being here.
Our next session will be Beyond Profit, Public Interest Technologies for Democratic Digital Futures. Please welcome to the stage your moderator, Paul Nemitz.
Welcome to all, and let's talk about not the great, what we would wish, the great meta discourse on the Euro stack, but let's talk about who will build it actually. And for this purpose, we have three who have been building or are building things here, and we have three speakers who support the building, who finance the building, and create the conditions for building in politics. Let's start with Mastodon, the messenger. And we have here Felix Hladký, who is the Chief Financial Officer of Mastodon. Felix, tell us a little bit, what are the plans of Mastodon? Where do you situate yourself as a builder for democracy?
Thanks for having me. Thanks for inviting me to this panel. So a couple of words about Mastodon. So Mastodon is a social network. It's an alternative to big tech legacy social networks. It is built on an open protocol that is called ActivityPub. ActivityPub is one of a couple of open protocols. So we are open about other open protocols. So we're not open protocol absolutists, so to speak. But the world of all the implementers of ActivityPub is something that we commonly call the Fediverse. So Mastodon is one of these players in the Fediverse. There's other implementers, for example, so we are in this social media, more like microblogging space, but there's other implementers that are, for example, video streaming or content management systems. So there's a vibrant ecosystem in this space. And to your question, what are the plans for Mastodon? So Mastodon, it was founded around 5 to 6 years ago here in Germany, actually. It's a non-profit organization. Important to stress also that there's no advertisement model. This traditional model that in social media is come to known as pay to play, so that you basically have to pay so that your content can be seen by the users. This is something that we are radically opposed of. So there's no advertisement model, which means that we have to have another business model, of course. So currently, almost 100% of our budget comes from user donations. Small user donations, so this starts with a couple of euros per month.
What's your budget?
So our budget is it's less than €1 million per year.
How many users do you have?
So we have currently 1 million monthly active users and a total of around 10 million users. So 1/10 of them are active. About 1% of these users are donating to Mastodon. Some very small, but others make larger donations. So we had a couple of high net worth individuals, largely from the United States, financing us. But we've also been happy to receive government grants, both from the European Union, but also from Germany, so where we are currently based. There's also some commercial activities that we want to start, or that we have started already. So the European Commission, for example, it was our first customer, so we host a Mastodon server for them. So Mastodon is a federated network of 10,000 individual servers that they can all speak to each other. And these commercial activities, they help us grow the whole network, but also make it like a safer and better moderated network.
Okay, thank you very much. I run myself a Mastodon server which is called EU Policy Point Social with around 1,400 users, costs me €6.70 a month. And so everybody can do it, and you link your server to the system of 10,000 servers, and then your people on your server can see the contributions of these 10 million users. It's really working social network, low cost, and completely independent of, let's say, capitalistic market. Thank you very much, Felix, for Mastodon. Now I turn to Matthias Pfeffer, who is the director of the European Council for the Public Space, term of Habermas. Public space being the locus where people build their opinions in democracy. And Matthias is building a European TV platform. How are we going to get there? Why do you do this, Matthias?
Yes. Let me start that using technology for democracy, in my view, I'm a journalist, my background is journalism, means that we have to build an infrastructure for trustworthy information and opinion building in the public sphere. As you said, this is a precondition for all democracies. Only fact-based information can be free decisions, can build free decisions. And so we need a system that guarantees that every citizen has access to trustworthy information. This is already in the European Charter, Article 11, funded that everyone has this right, this fundamental right, across borders in Europe. And I think time is now here to open the language barriers and to build a European network of news, of trustworthy news sources, because we can now translate first time in history in real time in all languages. So this is a very new opportunity for Europe, because Europe had the lack of a public sphere so far because of language barriers, and we can now achieve this goal. So the other side is that what do we want to do? We want to build a network, a decentralized network, and I want to emphasize that Mastodon and the Fediverse infrastructure is very powerful. It was built in the last years to a really reliable and strong technology, which is decentral. That's what we need for that system, because we want to connect the decentral local TV news of Europe that are licensed. We want to start with the public service media news and make them accessible in all languages all over Europe. And that means to build up a kind of a news platform with a user interface that translates automatically all the news. The user can search there for his items, can build his favorites there, and it will be a very interactive thing to use. And this will, with one switch, and I think that's the fascinating thing on the idea, it's a very small investment, it's about 40 million that we calculate per year for such a platform, but it will open up the content of the public service media in the beginning, which is financed already with 25 billion a year in Europe, and the news segments of this investment of European citizens would then be available for all Europeans. So the media diversity, the media plurality would increase with one step, and at the same time there would, we would make a first step for a public sphere for Europe, as I said, which is above language borders. So what we are doing is building up first a political alliance. So we are in contact with a lot of MEPs in the European Parliament. We think this infrastructure should be financed by the public institutions of Europe. I think it's very much doable to do so, although it's a media investment in a way. It's a technology for media only, and it has to be state far, that must be assured. But on the other side, this is a public infrastructure. It must be financed by the European institutions. So to bring that forward and to bring such a budget into the MFF plan of the European Commission, we organize a group of parliamentarians, and we work together with also the EU Commission and other think tanks in Europe. And the second thing is we build a content alliance. So we try to identify powerful content providers in that field and try to bring them to that idea and open them up more. They are used just to serve their national audiences. And I think it's now time to open a European perspective and to add a European perspective on that, because this is a public value for all Europeans. And the third thing is that we bring together technology builders like Mastodon, and they should deliver the needed technology. I'm very sure and very optimistic, because we do have great builders, technology builders in Europe. We do have great content. We do have a lot of good independent journalism still. But the ecosystem for journalism is being disrupted by the big tech platforms and by the monopolies that they have by their targeted advertising models and by their manipulation systems that they are running. So we need a public infrastructure for that. That would also open up a very new chance for the media sector in total. I think it could also start a new advertising economy there, which is not based on personal profiles and on abuse of personal data, but of context-based advertising, for example, which could be an alternative to this model, which is now favorized by the big tech platforms. And so I'm very optimistic that now in the situation that Europe is facing, where we need more sovereignty in the digital, we should start with sovereign information systems that are fact-based, that are professional built, and that are not manipulated by AI, by trolls, be it from inside or outside the European Union. And I think that's a very, very important contribution to democracy.
Thank you very much, Matthias. So we were talking about a social network, TV platform for journalistic news, as far as I understand. Now we move out of Europe, more global, to the messenger Signal. We have here Uptaf Tiwari, who is the Vice President for Strategy. Where do you place Signal in all this? And what consequences have you drawn from the Trump election in the US? You have started in the US. Can we still be sure that Signal is safe?
Thank you. I would say that there are three good lenses to understand Signal as a project. The first is how Signal intends to set the gold standard for privacy, and I'll talk about that a little with regard to the strength of our offering. The second is making sure that our incentives are based in principles and not profit. And the final is making sure that trust is aided by transparency rather than just taking our word for it. Maybe I'll start first by talking a little about the gold standard in privacy, and also then under that, why Signal is unique in comparison to many other players in the space. Fundamentally speaking, Signal was the first messaging application to really figure out how to do end-to-end encryption well. And when it did so on two levels. The first is on the Signal protocol, which is the technical basis upon which the application runs. So if you open the Signal Messenger, all you see is a messaging application. You can create groups, you can message individual people. But until really Signal and its predecessor, Red Phone and TextSecure, came along, it was very, very hard to do that in an end-to-end encrypted manner. In fact, it was a very radical idea to make sure that only the two devices can see the content that is being said and no one in between can see the content. And ultimately, that radical idea is what led to the Signal app being created. Because we realized that while it's very powerful to come up with the protocol that's underlying it, at the end of the day, one must also be able to trust the service that is operating the protocol. And that's why we have the Signal Messenger application. And today, the reason we think that we are the gold standard for communications is not just the Signal application, but something that leads me directly to my second point, which is making sure that incentives are based in principles and not profit. So Signal as an organization is a foundation. And what that means is that there is no fiduciary duty to profit. There is no fiduciary duty to monetization. So the ethos of Signal, which is making sure that we don't exploit data, start collecting more user data than is absolutely necessary to operate the service, are never incentives that we have to go public with and then help the board make a decision that goes, what is more important, just collecting this one other piece of information or making $100 million more? And given where we are based, which is the United States of America, it is a very common practice in the Silicon Valley to monetize people on the basis of the data that they collect. And that non-profit structure helps shield us from that. And what it also does is that we have made sure that when we operate the protocol, we are not just doing so for our own benefit. So something that not too many people know is that over 3.5 billion people in the world today communicate on the basis of the Signal protocol. And that's not because Signal, the app, has 3.5 billion users, but it's because we actually also license the technology under the Signal app to messaging applications to deploy end-to-end encrypted communications. If you speak to a cryptographer anywhere, they will tell you, never roll your own crypto. Don't think that you can do encryption better than the world can. And that's what actually leads to standardized libraries that perform this end-to-end encryption. And the Signal one is called libsignal, and libsignal is licensed to WhatsApp as well. And that's why even when you make a phone call on WhatsApp or when you do a message or a group text on WhatsApp, that end-to-end encryption is being provided by Signal. And that showcases how we take our mission much more broadly than just the confines of our application. And that's worked out quite well for us in the last 5 to 10 years.
How many programmers do you have at Signal?
I would say that we have a total of between 50 to 55 people at Signal. It's a pretty small organization. And for that, and these same people maintain both the protocol as well as the application that everyone uses as well. And the final point that I had to make was around trust and transparency. So, and this also answers your question around the United States. The reason that people trust Signal is not just because Signal makes the claims it does, but because of its open source code. So today, even though we are based in the United States, the reason we can be absolutely clear on what data we collect, what data we don't collect, what features are available in our product, is the fact that if you go onto GitHub, you see the code of the product, you can compile it. Control F, change your name, instead of Signal Messenger, make it Udbhav Messenger, and run it as a service, which you can run in your house or within your company or in your network. And when you do that, from the client code to the server code, you can all verify. And trust me, many intelligence agencies in the world do that every day. Because if you break Signal, you are arguably breaking the underlying bedrock of a lot of encrypted communications. And it's that trust that has served us in very good stead. Because the cybersecurity community, day in and day out, spends their time doing this, telling us of bugs and vulnerabilities, helping us patch them, so that you don't have to take our word for it, but the word of journalists, the word of lawyers, the words of governments, the words of militaries, against this open source nature of the product. And ultimately, these things together have helped us a lot.
Thank you very much. We move on to South America. We have from Argentina here, Natalia Cafi, who is the Executive Director of the Open Data Charter and a UN advisor. Natalia, what are you building or helping to build?
Thank you very much for that question and for the invitation to be here. Just to bear in mind, I'm the ED of a global civil society organization, but I realized I'm the only Latin American in the room. So it's not in the room, in this table, sorry. So I thought I brought in some knowledge from my region. I'm Argentinian, but I've been working in Latin America for a long, long time, longer than I dare to accept. But going to the point, the conversations in Latin America as far as developing technology and governments implementing technology to serve their citizens goes into the spectrum of, do we want to create our own technology and be 100% sovereign, or do we move fast and reuse the gov stack that is being created elsewhere? And we don't have one proper answer. But coming from the open data community, which is a really strong one in Latin America, for us, the usual way to go is actually open source. The most well-known and most used platform for open data publication, governmental open data publication, is actually open sourced. It's called CCAN. It has been running for zillion of years, and every government from the United States to Argentina or Uruguay are actually using CCAN as their open data platforms. And one of the questions that I have for everybody developing GovStack and Eurostack is, why is not CCAN part of the conversations in the stack? But we can double click on that afterwards. But one of the results of the open data policies in the region is that we have a huge civil society and civic tech community that has developed in Latin America. So civil society organizations are a huge actor in the development of digital policies in the region. We are the only region in the world that has had an open data conference for 13 years in a row. We've only went to the same country twice, and that was only to celebrate the 10th year anniversary. So we keep on going and meeting the governments and the civil society in different countries of the region. And that's very important. But we've also been able to develop a data journalism community. Most of the national newspapers have a data journalism team, and some of the newspapers in the region have been able to win international prizes because of the data journalism teams and the news that they've been able to find in the data sets that governments are actually publishing. But one of the challenges, of course, is always regulations, and the Open Data Charter works on trying to help create regulations that can find a balance between privacy and access to information, and under that umbrella, open data. But I wanted to bring another thing that we need to think about when we are developing technology from the governmental perspective, which is the procurement process. We also need to change regulations in procurement. If we want to make sure that open source is the way to go, if we want to make sure that civic tech and gov tech, small companies or even civil society organizations can be developers and actually produce tools that the governments use, we need to change the procurement. There's a lot of countries that have a lot of rules that actually keep these smaller organizations out. And I want to bring one really good example from Chile. A university in Chile got some funding to test out with at least one or two public offices a change in the way that the Chilean government procures and buys AI. Because they were brought by the big companies, like this canned tool, if you will, to deploy, but it didn't meet the requirements as far as digital rights in Chile. So what they did is they tested out in small with two very brave public offices, and they shifted the platform in the way that government actually procures AI, ensuring that their policies and their data regulations are enforced into the template of the public procurement system. So now every line ministry in Chile uses that template that has embedded the rights and values that the government decided to buy AI. Have the big companies changed the way that they showcase their yes, they have, because if not, they wouldn't be able to sell.
Great.
So there's a way.
Thank you very much. Let's move on to Sheila Warren. She comes from San Francisco. She is the Chief Executive Officer of the Liberty Project, previously the Executive Officer of the World Economic Forum for Digital Issues. Sheila, the Liberty Project finances and supports building of technology for democracy. And what are your projects which you support?
Well, thank you, and thanks for the invitation to be here. At the Project Liberty Institute, we have a number of initiatives that focus really on catalyzing the ecosystem in which this building can happen. One thing that we do, specifically around building, is we steward something called DSNP. It's a social networking protocol. It's decentralized. Our vision of the future, of an empowered digital future, is one of a user-centered internet that's fully decentralized. And we talk about this in terms of three principles: voice, choice, and stake. And I'll go into each of those briefly, but before I do that, I'll talk a little bit about the other work that we catalyze, which is among funders. So as an example, we have a partnership, an active partnership with Venture ESG. We interviewed, surveyed over 50 different institutional asset holders, these LPs, limited partners of venture funds, to ask them about their views on AI and responsible use of data. And 75% of them, 3 of 4, told us they were very concerned about these topics, particularly about the dehumanization of the data usage in these systems. But only 20% said they had the first clue what to do. So we're able to create a movement by showing them they're not alone. These concerns are shared, and catalyze action in putting downward pressure on the venture funds that take assets from these individuals, but also thinking about a different model of funding and what kinds of projects, I think to the points that Natalia was saying, what kinds of projects get funded and what kinds don't for a variety of reasons. But going back to voice, choice, and stake, there's a lot of internal debate about which of these is the most important, and I think they are a bit 3 pillars of the stool. I'll start with choice because it's the easiest one. The idea that you have full interoperability and portability of your data from system to system. Personally, I think the challenge with that model is that people have felt this before. Many of us who've been around for a little while now have taken our social graph, for example, our social media. We started in one place, something we didn't like happened there, went to a different place. Let's say someone bought that, for example, and it changed, we went to a different place. We're kind of waiting to see what happens there and how that turns dark. Right? And so we have a little bit of a cynicism about the reality of any of these systems being built with users at the center when the capitalist models and shareholder models that embed them, in which they're built, are not necessarily favoring or putting humanity at the middle of the project. So that's choice, and certainly it is not the case that you can take your social graph from place to place today. You can't do it. In the Fediverse, you have different choices, but if you have suddenly built a giant following on another platform, you can't move that meaningfully over, and that's a giant problem. Okay? And that leads, I think, to stake, which is really about the economic modeling around this. It's not so much valuing data for its economic, like trying to convert that into dollars or euro valuation. It's saying that we all ought to have stake in the systems that we're helping to build. And that's particularly true and acute in the case of AI, where our data is fueling AI, and it's fueling AI for a handful of players. It's not really fueling any public AI, and because those models are very difficult to compete with. And so instead, you're seeing things like procurement and other kinds of things where the giant players are the ones that get stickiness instantly, and they become the default player in any particular community, which is a big problem for many, many reasons. But with stake, you actually have economics that are more decentralized and distributed, and you have different incentives to build in the first place. But I personally think the most important of all of these is voice, because voice is fundamentally about democracy, and it's about how you show up in these systems. Are you seen as a user? Are you seen as an individual, as a human being within these systems? And so when I think about the goal, I think it really is, I think we set our sights too low, and we talk about the systems as if we are still serfs within them, and we want to somehow gain more power in these systems that are really pretty structured. But I actually think the goal should be much more about dignity and how we think about humanity and dignity within these systems. And in my mind, you can't have that without the democratic ability to help design and co-design those systems. So that's something we talk about quite a bit at the Institute and also at our companion organization, Project Liberty, where we think about what might that look like? What might it mean to actually design your own algorithm and to have a real-time ability to tweak and modify that algorithm in ways that suit you and your community, or that can meet facets of your individual identity wherever those might find you.
Just tell us a little bit, how much money do you spend and what are the examples of concrete projects? What are you helping to build? Let's give us some names
it's a great question.
And things we can try out maybe.
Sure. So we have an alliance of over 100 organizations that we have either partnered with or supported or some part helping catalyze this ecosystem. Among them are some of our friends at the table. We're certainly friends at Signal, Blue Sky, Mastodon, Proton, a bunch of these, the names that the names that people are either they're starting to get very, very sticky.
So friends of means you have financed all of these?
There's a varying model. We've partnered with them, we've co-authored something, we've funded them, we've been funded. There's all kinds of different models for how we think about our alliance and how it comes together. Because again, it's a massive ecosystem, and it's not just one player like us deciding to fund this project or that project that's going to get us there. It is all of us coming together as a community and recognizing the problems, and that we all have a role to play. And so we see our fundamental project as catalyzing that entire ecosystem from the funding level all the way down to the builder level.
So now let's turn to the European Parliament. Gerard Oosterwijk is the main advisor of the Socialists and Democrats in the European Parliament on digital issues. Gerard, what's happening in Europe? I mean, why are these things not built in Europe? Why is everything so slow? You know, the TV platform we have been talking about now already for 5 years. It was already in the last coalition agreement in Germany. Now it's again in the coalition agreement in Germany. What is, from the point of view of Parliament, missing, and what are your intentions to change and make things happen?
No, and I think, Paul, thank you for the invitation and thank you for being here to represent mostly the Socialists and Democrats and my boss, Alex Saliba, who's a member of the European Parliament. The reality is that we did a lot. We put a lot of effort in regulating tech. And that paid off, I think. I think we have a cutting-edge framework in Europe on putting the values that we have, like democracy, into rules that need to be followed. Now we're in a phase that this is being tested. It's being tested by the big tech companies that have no interest in these rules-based or democratic approach. So it's really, there's a pushback. There's a litigation going on, investigation, and fines are being slowly trickle down with delay, so that's worrying. So there's a real test of, did we write these laws for nothing, or will there be an impact? But that's only one half of the story. When we talk about the capacity building in Europe, so really building these alternatives, there is an opportunity, I think, if we have the rules in place that don't allow certain business models. For example, the targeted advertisement, for example, with the algorithms that are being used that are very harmful, also for mental health of children, but also health of the democracy. There is a reason to be very strict on them and to create the space to actually build the alternatives. And to mention one thing, I think also for Signal very important, the interoperability of messaging services. It's in the DMA, but it will depend also on how will it be implemented or will it be sabotaged. I think on everything, I work in the Parliament, the European Parliament. We create interesting laws, but the proof is in the eating of the pudding as we speak. So I'm very interested to see, will I be able to delete my WhatsApp and just use Signal? Because that's the reality right now. So I am on Signal, but I'm also on WhatsApp because my family or my business, my work, so you cannot be, these walled gardens need to be broken up, and we try to do that with legislation. But I think we now also need to see a little bit more like this capacity building. We have the talent, I think, we have the know-how in Europe, but there is a reason why this is not, why Mastodon, we were speaking before, went to the US to get funding, for example. So, and I think it was mentioned before, the procurement, there's now also reports being written about the change of the procurement rules. Public institutions, we are using also Microsoft, but also other private tools. Why not procure something made in the EU or made on a different basis, made with democratic governance? So all these things need to come together. We're also talking about public financing. I know that the European Commission is spending quite some millions. Is it enough? That's always the question. But is it effective what they're doing? So I think we need to find a different model to really support the builders and give them maybe support in the sense that private investment is less risky. So you could do something with the public money to de-risk a little bit the investment. For us, I think also we need to depoliticize a little bit this discussion. So we are trying to build an alliance, both with civic tech, with different political groups, to really see this as a pan-European pro-democracy approach. And I think there is an opportunity in the digital space because I think from the democratic parties, all of them realize that the dependency of EU, also the public sector in the EU, on foreign big tech tools is a problem. So for us, we are optimistic, but I think the realities, and that's why it's interesting to hear also from the actual builders, the reality is quite challenging, and I think there's a lot of obstruction and sabotage happening because there's big interests. There's so much money going around, and we're talking about 1 million budget per year for Mastodon, and you have several, I think almost 100 billion spent in AI developments. But at the same time, the European Commission is talking about AI factories, and every month they have a new announcement. But what is actually being built, and how are we going to do that with the few billions that we have? So I think we need a European approach to keep the builders close and give them what they need. And part of it is strict enforcement of the regulation to create a space, to take away a bit of space from the big tech and create space for the civic tech and the pro-democracy builders. But also give them investment, for example. So that's where we're pushing. And I'm wondering as well what the Commission will do. Because we have a European Vice President of the Commission with tech sovereignty in her title. It's the first part of her, this Virkunen from Finland. She's the Executive Vice President for tech sovereignty.
And democracy.
And democracy.
Together.
And so I'm wondering, what is going to be the agenda also to support her? Right? So this is not an attack, it's not opposition. It's really but what is it going to mean, this title? That's what I'm curious about.
Okay, so we have heard demands on politics, do better procurement. This is, of course, to the member states and their authorities in the regions and on national level. Matthias needs 40 million.
Not more.
Just 40 million a year. That seems to be doable with the EU budget, which goes into the hundreds of billions. What are the demands on politics? Before I open the floor to the audience to ask questions, what are your 2 or 3 demands on politics? Sheila, I see you are...
I'm ready to go.
You have...
We recently, on the Project Liberty side of the House, we recently worked very hard to get legislation passed in the state of Utah that's now being taken around to many other states in the United States, and that was on data interoperability. I think that's just a core fundamental. When I talk about this choice pillar of our three, voice, choice, and stake, you can't have that.
Data interoperability?
Yes, the idea that you could take your data, it's portability is part of it.
Okay.
So you can
Portability
choice,
rules.
right? So it's that you are not stuck in a walled
You
garden.
take it, or you have an API obligation of real-time
I think there's multiple ways to meet the requirements of how that legislation was drafted, but that's a fundamental. And if that is a requirement that comes from governments or comes from the regulatory state, I think that is going to change a lot of. It's going to immediately break some of the models.
The experience of Europe
very
is
fast.
the GDPR portability rules don't work.
That's true.
And we have other portability rules in the Digital Markets Act, which oblige real-time access. And now we're starting to enforce these rules. It's very difficult to get.
I think these are different. This rule is focused on social graphs and social media specifically.
Only social media,
right?
okay.
So it's about that graph that's created with your data that could not have been created without your data and the portability of that specific thing.
Mastodon, only 1 million users per month, 10 million signed up. What are there obstacles in politics? Do you have demands on politics?
Yeah, so I mean, we've heard that Matthias needs 40 million. We probably need just another 10 million to complete our mission. So what does this mean? Mastodon is probably, I mean, I can say this quite boldly. I think it's one of the biggest European success stories in the consumer space, in this non-profit space. We have been incredibly cost efficient in building this, but things are not perfect in the sense of that if you are constantly compared to legacy social media apps, simply our user interface and user experience, it's lagging behind slightly. I would say that it's like 80% built, but it needs like another push to complete our mission. So this is like a funding part. The second part, probably equally important, is some sort of honoring that non-profit technology is built in Europe, also from a legal point of view. So what do I mean with this? That we have had a incredibly hard time out of Europe to build non-profit technology. Always having to justify ourselves. This is something that in the US actually non-profit laws are significantly easier from that point of view. Of course, some European countries are different than others, but I believe that this, these examples, and we have a handful of these positive examples on this table already, not only European ones, but also from the US. These should rather be inspiring take another step at non-profit laws and make these more modern and integrate free and open source software as non-profit exemptions.
Would it not be also helpful for you if all public authorities would just use your service?
Yes.
Or is that less important than, than what you just mentioned?
No, thanks for...
Because it's easier to do for them. To change the law is a big parliamentary process. To open a Mastodon account, any mayor can decide that quickly. Costs €6.40. I mean, I do one.
Yes, thanks for reminding me about this point I was about to make. Adoption, of course. I mean, social media is always about social and about having many users there. And I mean, the more users from the public we can have, and this, as you correctly pointed out, these are we're not only looking at the European policymakers, but this goes back to goes down to the municipal level. I think that at a certain point there should be like an obligation for organizations funded by taxpayers' money to join an open platform if they communicate.
I see your hand, Matthias. What are your demands on politics beyond the 40 million?
Yes, in a good German fairy tale from Brothers Grimm, you have 3 wishes. So my first one is, and thank you, Gerard, for mentioning the elephant in the room, which is the unpredictable power of big tech companies, which was never happening before in history. This amount of economic, financial, data power, which is now turning more and more into political power, is a big threat to democracy. It's unacceptable for democracy, such an increasing concentration of power in the hands of a few enterprises ruling the world. So this is to be said first. I would say my first wish would be destroy the monopolies. So that should be doable. We see a first step now in the US at Google, in the Google case, but it's very slowly. I'm not very confident in this, but we have other instruments also, but destroy these monopolies. Second, very concretely, interoperability was mentioned. Make an obligation for the integration of Activity Hub, for example, Activity Pub, this protocol into the platforms. That would mean that they are automatically open then to other platforms. So then you can start a smaller platform and you have access to all the networks of Facebook and of the big ones. So that would help also. And for initiatives like ours, to find this and to help people find the trustworthy news and the good news that are there and the proven facts. We need a findability obligation by law that forces the big platforms to promote, I would say, professional journalism more than fake news and AI-generated and other things that they also sell. So I think these three demands would really make a difference, and they would very quickly make a difference. And the good news of today is, I mean, we see not only in Europe, but everywhere, we have the alternatives. So we should not stop microblogging or being on social media when this monopoly ends. We would have a better social environment, with the real social media and not with the anti-social media like we do have now. And I think that's doable, and we should engage politics to act more in this field and to be more, accurate at this.
Uptaf, so you have the gold standard on data protection and privacy. How would interoperability have to look so that you would say at Signal, that's fine with us?
I would say at a bare minimum, it would have to be at least as private as Signal is as a service today. If you go to signal.org/bigbrother, which is the URL, you'll see we've put up reports of requests that we've received from governments for user data after we fought in court to get them unsealed. And in those requests, which are very broad requests, you will see the only three kinds of data that Signal currently can share with law enforcement. If a phone number has an account or not, the date on which it was created, as well as the last date on which it connected to the service. Those are the only three pieces of metadata that Signal has about an account. It doesn't know its contacts, it doesn't know its phone numbers, it doesn't know the groups you're a part of, it doesn't know your profile name, nothing. Currently, it is impossible to perform interoperability and provide that same level of protections, because in order to perform interoperability, you have to share identifiers. And that will mean, at a minimum, another service will know the phone number, and Signal will also know that that's the time at which that interoperating request was made upon Signal. So despite the fact that the WhatsApp proposal for interoperability under the Digital Markets Act requires the interoperating service to adopt the Signal protocol, Signal is not going to perform interoperability because we can't make the same privacy guarantees with our own protocol if a third party is operating it. So for us, the barrier is really high and effectively today, technically impossible to do, because interoperability requires identifiers, and identifiers have to be shared, and that is less private than the service today because of how zero-knowledge proofs work in the service that we've deployed. Ultimately, though, maybe I'll add another thing as well. I do think that this year has honestly been quite shocking to see some of the really scary legislation that's been proposed in Europe that is very bad for encryption. Earlier this year, we had Sweden proposing laws that would have required end-to-end encrypted services to create backdoors for law enforcement. We saw the France propose a law as a part of its narco-traffic bill that would have also required backdoors whenever the government wanted it. And we've seen conversations in the European Union around client-side scanning that are also fundamentally about seeing and scanning content before it ends up being encrypted. Honestly, if you would have told me last year that I would be seeing these laws be proposed in 3 months in Europe in 2025, I think I would have laughed at you, because these are all 2010 level bad ideas about encryption that law enforcement gets very nervous about, because this idea that 3.5 billion people in the world can communicate with each other and we can't see what they are saying scares them. And it's the way that they deal with that fear is by proposing bad legislation. So I will say, if Europe wants to be the home of alternative technology that treats privacy as a fundamental right, it also needs to really figure out how to not pass laws and regulations that will fundamentally break the very technical protections that the European Commission uses Signal. If you go to their website, you see it's one of the recommended apps for staff in the European Commission. But yet they also propose laws at the same time that would end up weakening that very service. So we need more holistic and sensible lawmaking.
Yes, well, I'm normally quite skeptical about the argument technically not possible. You know, it's the classic industry argument. We see it in the car industry when we want to reduce exhausts and so on. But anyway, interesting arguments you made. Now we have still 15 minutes.
Could I add a request?
Please, but you had already a good one. Which was,
I do have my wishes.
Yes.
I represent civil society organizations in 2 international boards. So I'm part of the Open Government Partnership Steering Committee. We're 11 representatives of civil society there, and I'm one of them. And then at the UN Data Governance Working Group, I'm also one of the 11 civil society organizations representatives. And the request that I have is we're seeing shrinking civic space everywhere. Laws being put into place that actually constrain the possibilities of action of civil society organizations. And big decisions are being taken and big discussions are being taken in Brussels, in Strasbourg, at the UN level, and every international forum, G20, G7, sorry. So the request is first, to work with us, with civil society organizations on these laws that are governments are trying to create, but also funding. There's a lot of restraint into funding, and for meaningful participation of civil society organizations in these forums, we need funds, not just to travel, like I don't care being in the room. We need to do research, advocacy, write white papers, go to the parliaments, go to the government officials, and be able to speak our truth. And if we're getting constraints in funding, we're not able to do that. So the request is actual funding. For civil society organizations, we do have a voice, we do have knowledge to bring in. We actually connect governments from around the world sometimes in these types of forums. So that's my request.
Yes, thank you very much. Sorry to not have given you the word again, but your request on procurement, government procurement rules is of course key, because the funding issue is about everything you say, but it is also about the funding of building.
Yep.
And the funding to those builders, to those in the technical intelligentsia, which are actually willing to engage with democracy rather than just build something for profit. Now we have 11 minutes left. Are there any questions in the audience? Do we have microphones in the audience? Yes. Are there any questions to the discussants here around the table? Yes, I see a hand here. Please, the gentleman. Please, if you want, say your name and your organization, but you can also not do that.
Hello. My name's George. I'm from a tech consultancy called Illuminate Tech.
Say again?
It's called Illuminate Tech. We research the effectiveness of safety tech in particular and public interest technology. For me, I find all this fascinating. I think really great work is going on. There's a lot of talk about democracy and public interest, but I think if you go out in the street, the vast majority of people have no idea what a decentralized social network is. They don't necessarily care about it or know why they should care. It feels quite top-down and technocratic, potentially. So how do we convince your day-to-day European citizen that this conversation about democratic technology is actually democratic and meaningful to them?
Right, yeah. How do we raise the attention of politics to this subject? In the elections, it plays no role, neither in Europe nor in the United States. Let's be clear about it. It's not under the top 7 subjects, which are subjects of campaigns. Any great ideas on this? Yes, Gerard.
Can I come in? Because I think, so there are different topics, right? So I understand this is very technical, and I work in politics, so I know a little bit about how campaigns work, and this is not a campaigning topic, right? People are more concerned about other things. But there are effects. We can talk about the effects on democracies of algorithms and the choices that are being made. I wanted to come in also, Matthias. They are deliberately pushing back journalism for extremist voices. Like there's going to be, I think, also fines for this.
Less journalism, more extremist voices.
So
That's what Trump wants.
This will be a point that there will be investigations and fines, I hope, from the European Commission to some of the platforms. But then something that really sticks, I think, with everybody is the mental health issue. Because if you're on social media, I'm on social media, the whole addictive design, and that's also where there's hopefully also more legislation coming from the European Commission on the Digital Fairness Act. This is a problem, especially for children. You know, I have a young son. I don't want him on social media. And this shouldn't be, but even myself, you know, the addiction of social media, the way it's designed now, what it does to your mental health, I think that's very close to the citizens, and that's what they can relate to and what they understand. So I think we should be smart a little bit about what is the topic, and I think most people would relate to a topic like that.
This is exactly the hook that was used in Utah to get this bill passed, was exactly this mental health addiction through social media. So I think you start with something that everybody uses, for better, for often for worse. Most people at this point have experienced either feeling stuck within a social media platform, having a friend, a story, a child's friend, a neighbor, a whatnot, somebody who has gotten stuck, like in that system in some ways that lead to harm. To self-harm. There are lawsuits happening in the United States around this now. There's a body of work from all kinds of different, scientific, psychological perspectives on this topic, and so it's highly known, but it's also a lived experience of a lot of people. So I don't think that the question was about voters, it was about people.
The health thing will not help to explain why Mastodon is important. So any good ideas in the next round? Now I give this question here.
Yeah, thanks. So I work as consultant with Gates, Wadhwani AI, and Center for Responsible AI, coming from India. So my question is actually to the public sector technology integration of AI. Specifically in the global south, the imagination of AI solving grand challenges is overarching the imagination of the power of AI, in its sense of access to data sets, access to personal information and all, which is compounding the answers like, okay, we deploy technology to solve answers, but what is the implications is, as my friend was saying, common public does not really have a understanding of what the technology is bringing to them till the time it is from a government trust perspective. So, if you deploy public sector technologies, AI in public sector technologies, then the public are happy to accept and adopt it. The question is, how do you really create that digital trust in AI in the public sector domain? Thanks.
Okay, so it's a huge question, and probably don't have one correct answer for that. We've seen the process of legislation of privacy in Brazil, which was a very strong and participatory process, and actually that was the case for when Meta decided to use the WhatsApp data to train their AI. Brazil was the only country in Latin America that was able to opt out. So I coming from Argentina, I wasn't able to opt out. So Meta is using my WhatsApp information. So from what I've seen in the region, and once again, I probably am lacking a couple of updates in that. Most of the countries have an AI strategy, whatever that means. Chile was this innovator in the way of procuring data, making sure that they were following their own laws. But there's a lot of lacking in infrastructure still in the region to be able to develop fully functioning public services using AI. So I think the conversations are a little bit behind still, and it's always difficult to bring in the knowledge into the state because salaries are better elsewhere. So the people that actually have the knowledge, the lawyers that have the knowledge on AI, and the developers that have the best knowledge on AI usually at least consult with governments, are consultants for governments, but not public officials, unfortunately.
Okay, last question to the table, to everyone. We have one region in Germany, which is called Schleswig-Holstein, which has a conservative government. 3 million people, 60,000 officials. This conservative government has now decided they want to move out of the grip of Microsoft. Everybody in the public administration, also EU institutions, we are all complete slaves of Microsoft. That's what they have decided. Do you think they will be able to do it? What's your advice to this government, which is willing to go open source until 2030? They want to be everywhere open source. Will this work? Is the question number one. And what is your advice to them? Who will help them do it?
Thank you. I mean, that was the official stated policy of the European Commission between 2004 to 2010. This journey of adopting open source projects is one that both countries and supranational bodies like the European Union have undergone for the last 15 years, and the vast majority of them have failed. If your success condition is that they never use a Microsoft product again, if your success condition is that it is important that for those alternatives to exist, for them to get the adoption and the usage and the funding necessary in order to get better so they can start effectively competing with Microsoft. In many places, I would argue it has been successful. If you look at suites like OpenOffice, if you look at calling services like Jitsi, there are always open source and free alternatives that have been adopted at
but very
scale.
small.
Exactly.
Very small user base.
Exactly. But I don't think the solution to this is I'm a government, I have $10 million, I want to become open source. Now the technology ecosystem magically, just make it open source and make it work. There's a lot more responsibility that governments need to take for adopting these actions that goes well beyond money and well beyond legislating what should or should not happen. And I think we are seeing an ecosystem right now when it's interesting. When Mastodon first came out and became a part of the news after Elon Musk's acquisition of like X, lots of people were using the product. The European Commission was supporting it. Are they guaranteed the same level of support today, next year, the following year, when it's not as fashionable to be against Elon Musk? I would argue that probably not. So we need to play a long-term game to solve these problems, and what we are doing is playing very short-term trade solutions that lead to a lot of money being wasted.
Yeah,
okay, so your argument is stick with it. Yes.
Well, I think it's two things, right? It's scale to market and it's growth capital. And without those two things, like how do you have to solve the scale to market problem. You have to figure out like how the thing that you build, whatever it is narrow enough that you can then scale it and then use it to hook into other things, right? So that's one thing. And then it's growth capital. If you don't have patient capital, it's willing to wait for something to be built, which can take a lot of time, especially if you're trying to build an entire stack all at once. That's not going to work. And so I have a lot of concerns we didn't get to today about public-private partnerships around this stuff. And I think you look at something that starts off being a public sector, digital public infrastructure, and the next thing you know, it's like UPI. Google Pay is running the back end of that whole thing, right? Through a partnership that was signed, which is not what anybody expected when they first started.
There's one more question here, back to the lady.
Yes. Hello? Yes. Stella Pohl from We8. We are also a non-profit organization building a platform that revolutionizes global civic engagement and volunteering. And I have a question regarding, because there's a lot of touch point that interest me, and I can identify our work with everything you said. Is there a tip for non-profit organizations for a network where we can talk with other non-profit organizations doing such work and technological work? Because I know there are funding responsibilities, but also a know-how, creating a global know-how for non-profit organizations that share this.
Well, that's a nice project for Project Liberty, isn't it, Sheila?
Well, it's part of what our alliance does, and we do bring together nonprofits from all around the world. I think if you're looking about how to use technology, I think TechSoup, which has hundreds of, I was there for a long time, so I'm a little biased. I was general counsel there for 5 years, but they have a lot of education around technology, particularly around warnings around technology, right? And how to think about data, how to think about the cloud, how to think about privacy, messaging, all these different AI specifically. So I'd recommend them for sure.
Time is up. Thank you very much for the discussion. Hope to see you next year. All the best.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, dear Paul, dear all of you. We're going to leave you to your seats, your planes. We're wishing safe travels for those who have to leave already. For all others, I'll be very happy to see you back in a few minutes for this last sequence of the Global Solutions Summit. So each discussion here, also this one we just heard at the table, would you be so kind and speak outside and listen in here, because we're just going to open the next session, and also because we're having a cleaner sound if we do for the live stream. So every discussion that we lead here obviously doesn't end after 60 minutes, but we secure the key takeaways, we take them into our daily works, you do too, and also a lot of papers and recommendations derive from the discussions we start here or that go on here. One very good example is the Sherpa panel that we heard earlier today, this morning at 10, where we had to really fight for space around this large table because we gathered 8 distinguished speakers here. And to show you what came of this discussion, I'm going to introduce to the stage and leave the spot my colleague Yamuna Rao together with Rodrigo Belaunde. There you go.
Hi everyone, my name is Yamuna and I'm head of Summit and Content here at the Global Solutions Initiative. And it's my pleasure to welcome all of you, as well as to share some very interesting findings that we found in the discussions that started at 10 this morning. This was with several G20 Sherpas and Sue Sherpas. We were very proud of the discussion because it was so candid, it was really informative, and we have some really interesting findings. Rodrigo,
Absolutely.
what happened this morning?
Absolutely. Thanks so much, Yamuna. I agree. It was an excellent and candid and very lively discussion. Really, first of all, thanks to our panelists. I think I don't see any in the room. Some might have already had to travel. Thanks also to our excellent moderator. I would be remiss if I didn't thank my boss, Andreas Sall. I think we agreed, we went through our notes together this afternoon, and the intervention focused on 4 key issues. I think panelists agreed that the G20 remains a valuable platform that brings together the world's the world's key advanced and emerging economies on an equal footing to catalyze consensus on global shared challenges. So the good news is everyone agrees the G20 remains relevant and valuable. And one very important point that several of our panelists emphasized was that the G20's role in shaping the global agenda and driving forward progress in multilateral processes, such as this year's Fourth Finance for Development Conference in Seville or COP30 in Belém. And then briefly, there was also several of our speakers emphasized the need to perhaps streamline the G20's agenda, to go back to basics, as some highlighted the tension between having an overly broad agenda and reaching consensus on impactful policy outcomes. Against this background, issues that were highlighted, of course, were like just to refocus on global economic growth, on productivity, on macro-financial stability. And then the third was the need to, at the same time, keep development priorities high on the agenda. This is something that emerging economy presidencies, the last 4, Indonesia, India, Brazil, and this year South Africa, have so successfully championed. And there was consensus that development issues need to stay high on the agenda, especially financing for development. And then lastly, another point that our speakers agreed on was the importance of transparency and inclusiveness and engagement with the wider UN membership to ensure the G20's legitimacy.
Exactly. Thank you very much, Rodrigo, for running us through the key points that we found in the earlier discussion. It was a power-packed discussion, and very, very happy to share this today with our representative from the South African Embassy in Berlin, the Deputy Head of Mission, Andres. Welcome to the stage.
Yeah, you've got everything. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you very much. I hope I don't have to study this when I report this back to my head office. But I'm pretty sure that everybody that participated during the past 2 days would allow me to just join the Global Solutions for having us all here and for focusing on the important parts that we need to focus on. I think I don't need to preach to the converted to say that multilateralism is important. And from South Africa's perspective, we are so grateful and privileged for the honor of chairing the G20 this particular year. And we all know that it's a specific and a particular difficult here with all the geopolitical challenges that we have. But from a South African perspective, and I was so happy to hear even yesterday in the opening speeches, there was a reference made to the South African term Ubuntu, that I cannot be without you. Basically, that's what it translates to. I am because of you. There's another Zulu word that in greeting is called sawubona, and it simply means I see you, I recognize you. And I think through multilateralism, we are trying to get that concept across, that we recognize others, and we recognize that we cannot address our global problems individually. We have to have a collective, and we need to see one another, we need to listen to one another, and we need to respect one another. And I think some of these points that were captured here will actually capture that essence as well. So thank you very much for sharing this with us, and thank you for the opportunity of being here. Thank you.
So let's swap places. Andries, thanks very much to you and also to all of your companions. We're very much looking forward to the weeks and months to come. And to work together with you and to see what we can be useful with at the Global Solutions Initiative in the presidency to come. So, up next is the Global Solutions Community Award. And as this is a community award, let's first act like a community and all move to the front rows, please, so I don't feel so lonely. If you would be so kind and please use the first 2 rows, or 3 rows maybe, as many as we are, so we can all sit together. There's a few more 100 people following us on the web stream. And sadly, on the web stream, you didn't have the opportunities we have here today, which is to add one final vote to the Young Global Changers Award we heard from the jury yesterday. As most of you know by now, and if not, you really missed something, but you're having one last chance. There's one class of Young Global Changers of 2025 in which we all got to know 15 incredibly able and inspiring people. I'm not going to say young people because we don't want you treated like pupils. Actually, to me, you are such role models in what can be done with how few resources and what a young age. So we gave everyone who's here at ASMT the opportunity to personally engage with you and to also vote their personal favorite. And what came of that, we're going to learn from my colleague Ole Spies, who hopefully put his little wings on, because he's not only head of youth-led change at the Global Solutions Initiative, but also our fortune fairy today. So let's hear it from you.
Thank you, Claudia. Thank you. Yes, no wings, unfortunately, but I'm here to present the Community Award, the Global Solutions Community Award. For the past 2 days, all of you here in this room, everybody here at the summit, had the opportunity to see the projects of our young global changers. We put up posters, you interacted with them, and it was great to see how many of you were in conversations with the young global changers about their projects, about the impact that they're having in their communities. And it was an immense pleasure for me to see how the young global changers supported each other. They helped each other out. They helped to explain to people what other young global changers were doing. They cheered each other on. And that was actually what the Community Award was all about. I mean, it is a competition. In the end, we'll have a winner. But the most important thing for me over the past few days was to see and to learn how the global community of young global changers actually came together and grew into a network. And I'm sure that these people will stay connected. And we have managed to build a network across all continents. Well, Antarctica we haven't quite covered yet, working on that. But across the world, we have now over 500 young global changers who are all working and making an impact. And I want to encourage you also to, after the summit, reach out to them. We have their contacts. If you don't have them yet, reach out to me and see how you can support them in their efforts and help us build up, scale up their projects. And I was handed an envelope, and I was instructed not to look at it, and I haven't, so I don't know which name is in here. But I have to tell you, I was really happy. Over 500 people have voted for these awards. That means 500 people have engaged with these projects. And whoever is on this little card, you're all winners. With that being said, I wanted to mention one more thing. Please stay seated when I announce. We'll show a little clip of your video so everybody is reminded about your project, and then come up to the stage and receive the award. And the winner of the 2025 Global Solutions Community Award is Patricia Zanella, Ecociclo.
Menstrual poverty affects health, education, dignity, and futures. That's why we created Ecociclo. We are a social business founded by Brazilian human scientists who believe menstrual care can drive social, environmental, and economical transformation. From the favelas of Salvador to villages in the Amazon, we are redefining business in a way that is local, scalable, and deeply human. Because menstrual health is not a privilege, it is a human right.
Patricia, where are you? Come on. Congratulations, congratulations. I'll hold this for a second. Patricia, congratulations on winning the Community Award. You are the fan favorite. Is there something you would like to share with us?
Yes, in Brazil, 1 in each 4 girls miss school because of the lack of access to menstrual products. So say yes, for me, is say yes to a world where more women and girls are able to dream. And yesterday was my birthday, so it's a really nice gift. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. All right, this is for you, and this one. Okay, let's take a pic. Okay. All right, thank you so much.
I need my microphone back to say congratulations myself, all the best, but also to all of you. You have been such an inspiration in the Young Global Changers class, and you're only 15 of so many people we got to know in this round, and you've seen with Contimi what happens if you're a Young Global Changer once. We very much hope you stay that for life, even if age might change, but the changing spirit is with you, and you inspire us with us every day. Thank you. So, we will want to send you off into this afternoon, into your travels, back to your workplaces or wherever you go next, with a few framing remarks or with a few takeaways from the team. And obviously, I will spare you all 25 of us saying what moved us most, because that will be a lot to listen to. But I want to introduce one colleague to you who's our managing director. I tend to use very large words for the work you do, but it's our managing director, Susanne Stauffer. Please join me here.
Thank you, Claudia.
Thanks for coming, Susanne. We are pulling you out of about 2 trillion meetings and sessions and people to talk to and to meet here. And I was shy about asking you, but I'm going to put you into this position of maybe telling us just a few encounters or moments that will stick to your mind.
Yeah, very happy to. Thank you, Claudia. As we all know, this year's summit has taken place in troubled times. And to use the words our president, Dennis Noah, used yesterday, this year is not a standard year for us at all, as the global world order we know and we've been known of is eroding. And I think in every conversation I had throughout these past 2 days, and I don't know how it was for you, but I always have heard the urgent demand and the ask for really global solutions which are tackling the biggest challenges we are facing nowadays, and also the actually quite big expectations to platforms such as ours to bring these proposals, these ideas, these innovative recommendations together and to discuss them, to shape them, to work with them. And and to just name a few which stick to my mind and which I think were extremely forward-looking, but again, just a few because there have been many, and it would be too long list to go into all of them. I mean, I learned, for example, about the EU initiative on nature finance, which was yesterday presented by the EU Commissioner for the Environment to really stop and reverse nature degradation. And then there's been a toolkit, a digital toolkit for policymakers being launched yesterday as well, that really tries to empower the people instead of like only focusing on, to change the frameworks, the digital frameworks. And I obviously also heard many ideas of how we need to and how we can reinvent multilateral structures. So they are actually capable of coping with the challenges we face today. And I have like many words of Ala Mourabit, who was the keynote speaker of yesterday, in mind, which resonated with me quite a lot. And I see many people nodding here, so I have the feeling many of you felt the same. And then obviously, I mean, we just heard it, right? The project of the Young Global Changers with the really on-the-ground examples, how we can find solutions to global issues, to global problems, make it very clear and very tangible as well, how we can try to change the world and how we can find solutions to these challenges we are facing, which are many.
So, working with you at the Global Solutions Initiative, I know that 363 days of a year, it's not a Global Solutions Summit, and we're also not a television show who puts all this together, but this is for us in many ways the beginning of something, or the middle of something, or the future of something. So what's next for you on your desk?
Yeah, I mean, as you say, Claudia, as many of you know, the Global Solutions Summit is not only the Global Solutions Initiative is not only about this Global Solutions Summit. That's probably the most like shining one, the most present one, but it's a lot more than that. So we have programs running throughout the years. We have a variety of events going on, blogs, podcast series, and I think we will definitely feed the ideas, the solution proposals, the recommendations which were shaped here at this Global Solution Summit into further conferences such, I mean, I think the next ones is probably the midterm conference of our dear colleagues from the G20 in Johannesburg in June. There's also in July going to take place a conference in Sevilla on financing for development. We will be there and bring the many ideas and I think there were many sessions this year on like how to finance SDGs. So we will bring that on the table at this occasion. And then in November, obviously, there's the T20 and the G20 summit taking place. And we will also work closely with our colleagues there to shape the agenda of the current G20 and T20. And then I'm already now very excited how these proposals, the recommendations, and the solutions will develop throughout the year, because in only 1 year time
we do host another conference, don't we?
We do almost a little bit. Well, no, the ones I just mentioned actually that's like partner conferences, right? I mean that's where we are contributing, but that's organized by other organizations. But yeah, we are in close touch with them. But yeah, we will. I'm already looking forward to gather again here next year in May. It's the 11th and 12th May 2026 here in Berlin. And I'm very, very much looking forward to seeing many of you, and I think many familiar faces who've been with us, I think, for years already, there once again to further discuss, because my gut feeling is we will not have solved all problems we are currently facing in 1 year time, and fingers crossed that we can solve some or can elaborate on some, but new ones will evolve. So I think the need will still be there in 1 year time.
So do you want to thank you to all the people we need to say thank you to, or shall I?
I'm happy to, because I mean that's actually one of my favorite parts, because as many of you might know, we are 20 to 25 people in our team putting together this like yearly program. And obviously, we cannot do the things I just mentioned and do the cooperations we are having with many of you just by our own. So, and also putting the summit together needs a lot more brilliant minds and helping hands than these 20 to 25. So I want to say a big, big thank you to our speakers and to our moderators for the stimulating ideas and discussions you contributed to this summit this year. A big, big thank you as well to our colleagues from the T20 South Africa. I don't know, I can't see them, but they might be somewhere. Here they
Andries,
are. Hilali,
yeah?
yes, thank
The
you.
colleagues are here.
And Elizabeth. And the Canadian T7, I don't know whether Paul is around, but also a big, big thank you to them. It's been a pleasure and it's an honor to work together with you and drive this forward. And that obviously also a big, big thank you to our partners who for their continuous and very engaged support. Many of them actually already for years, so that helps us a lot in our daily work. And then, of course, also to all of you here, to all participants and guests, and to the whole GSI community with our young global changers we just saw, with the fellows, the Council for Global Problem Solving, because with all of you, we would be nothing. This is an organization of networks, so thank you very much for that. And as you might know, like to keep such a summit running, it also needs quite a staff here on the ground to assure that everything runs smooth. So also a big, big thank you to our agency, to the technical staff around here, and to all the ones I might have forgotten. And as you know, but last but definitely not least, and I think many of them here, as a big, big wholehearted thank you to the whole team of the Global Solutions Initiative. You did once again an incredible job in putting that all together. Thank you for your commitment. Thank you for your brilliant ideas. Also for bearing with us when we are getting sometimes a little stressful in the preparations. Once again, you did a great job. Thank you so much for your great contribution.
Wow, you're good at saying thank you.
I could go on, actually, Claudia.
Don't.
I forgot you. We should also give a big, big round of applause to Claudia, who is part of the team, but who I think also did a great job in guiding us through these 2 days of Global Solutions Summit. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'm going to take this microphone off you, leave you to a seat next to your colleague Agnes Eschment, who's also here. And I'm going to say goodbye to the live stream and to everyone who's on the cameras for now, because there's nothing I can do for you now but make a wish to you. When we opened the summit yesterday, we were saying, who, if not us, and when, if not now, shall we stick our heads together and look for solutions that offer a way forward. And we enjoyed very much having the hundreds, actually, of you who followed us digitally and many more on the live streams watching, engaging with the community. Thanks for being here, and auf Wiedersehen, either on your screens or next time at the Global Solutions Initiative.